Topics in mathematical application in
बघा बरं.
या शुभ्रवस्त्रा
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 बघा बरं.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय
हेलो। हाँ सर। जी सर, गुड मॉर्निंग। सर वहाँ विकास हम राम को फोन कर रहे हैं, हम यहाँ इसका उनके साथ में रहे।
Thana sir, good morning.
जी सर, गुड मॉर्निंग। जी मैं
हाँ।
फोन कर रहे हैं। सर वहाँ विकास हम राम को फोन कर रहे हैं, हम यहाँ इसका उनके साथ में रहे।
Thana sir, good morning.
आपकी मेरी आवाज आई है?
जी सर, गुड मॉर्निंग।
हाँ, ये कैसे रिबाउंड की है कुछ ऐसे?
विकास हम राम को फोन कर रहे हैं, हम यहाँ इसका हम लोग की आवाज आ रही है, साथ में रहे।
Thana sir, good morning.
आपकी मेरी आवाज आई है?
जी सर।
Hello, good morning to everyone. Hello,
हाँ, ये कैसे
hello, good morning to everyone. Since
रिबाउंड
I
की
am
है?
traveling, that's why. Hi.
विकास हम राम को फोन कर रहे हैं, हम यहाँ इसका हम लोग की आवाज आ रही है, साथ में रहे।
Thana sir, good morning.
आपकी मेरी आवाज आई है?
स्टार्ट वीडियो।
Hello, good morning to everyone. Hello,
हाँ, ये कैसे
hello, good morning to everyone. Since
रिबाउंड
I
की
am
है?
traveling, that's
बंद
why.
कर रहा हूँ उधर से।
Hi.
जो इस मीटिंग को होस्ट कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ हाँ, वो भी
Hello, good morning to everyone. Am I audible? No? Hello.
Thana sir, good morning.
Yes, sir. I'm audible.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
मेरी आवाज आई है?
स्टार्ट वीडियो।
Hello, good morning to everyone. Hello,
हाँ, ये कैसे
hello, good morning to everyone.
You are audible,
Since I
but
am
your
traveling,
volume is
that's
बंद कर
why.
रहा हूँ उधर से।
Hi.
जो इस मीटिंग को होस्ट कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ हाँ, वो भी
Hello, good morning to everyone. Am I audible? No? Hello.
Thana sir, good morning.
I'm audible.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
मेरी आवाज आई है?
स्टार्ट वीडियो।
Hello, good morning to everyone. Hello.
हाँ, ये
volume is less.
Hello, good morning to everyone.
You are audible, but your
Traveling,
volume is
that's
बंद कर
why.
रहा हूँ उधर से।
Hi.
जो इस मीटिंग को होस्ट कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ हाँ, वो भी
Hello, good morning to everyone. Am I audible? No? Hello.
Thana sir, good morning.
I'm audible.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
मेरी आवाज आई है?
स्टार्ट वीडियो।
Hello, good morning to everyone. Hello.
Hello.
volume is less.
Hello, good morning to everyone.
Hello, Samu sir.
होस्ट बंद कर रहा हूँ उधर से।
Hi.
जो इस मीटिंग को होस्ट कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ हाँ, वो भी
वीडियो भी देखिए, इसको बता दीजिए।
Hello, good morning to everyone. Am I audible? No? Hello.
Thana sir, good morning.
I'm audible.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
मेरी आवाज आई है?
स्टार्ट वीडियो।
Hello, good morning to everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Volume is less.
Hello, good morning to everyone.
Hello, Samu sir.
होस्ट बंद कर रहा हूँ उधर से।
सेटिंग अप एट द एंड।
जो इस मीटिंग को होस्ट कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ हाँ, वो भी
वीडियो भी देखिए, इसको बता दीजिए। हेलो, गुड मॉर्निंग सर।
Hello, good morning to everyone. Am I audible? No? Hello.
Thana sir, good morning.
I'm audible.
हेलो,
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
मेरी आवाज आई है?
स्टार्ट वीडियो।
Hello, good morning to everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Volume is less.
Hello, good morning to everyone.
Hello, Samu sir.
होस्ट बंद कर रहा हूँ उधर से।
सेटिंग अप एट द एंड।
जो इस मीटिंग को होस्ट कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ हाँ, वो भी
वीडियो भी देखिए।
होना चाहिए।
हेलो, होस्ट बंद कर दे। लीव करके दोबारा ज्वाइन करें।
हैं?
लीव करके दोबारा।
हाँ, दोबारा करके देखें।
जो इसको होस्ट कर रहा है ना सर, वही वहीं से दिक्कत आ रहा है।
ये
ये
देखिए
कैमरा चल रहा है ना।
हमारा चल रहा है।
ये आवाज भी हमने खोल रखी है सर।
ठीक
अब
है।
बोलिए सर इसमें।
हेलो हेलो डॉक्टर साबले,
Yes, sir.
am I?
Hello, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
But you are
Cheda, sir.
Neetu Kapoor. Am I speaking to Doctor?
Yes, I am, sir. I'm Neetu Kapoor. Yes, yes, yes.
And
Neetu
now
Kapoor, sir.
I think the
Cheda sir, good morning, sir. Sorry. Hello.
there
Cheda
was some
sir.
problem. Yes, yes. From your side, there was some problem in setting up the.
Yes. That's why.
Now, the screen is only showing the poster of your conference, but the pictures, for example, Sabri Saab, you are visible only
Yes.
on the side. Neetu Kapoor is visible now on the screen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But can we spread the picture of all the participants on the whole screen by removing this poster?
Sir, sir, once we start, we'll ask everyone to put on the videos.
Okay, right. So, Professor Sable, how are you doing?
Sir, good, sir.
Yeah,
Sir, good. How are you, sir?
very good. Actually, right
Yes,
now I'm in Kanpur. I told you.
Welcome to National Conference, National Conference.
Yes. And that is why. So I'm operating from this Institute of Technology in Kanpur. So
Yes, sir.
where are you traveling to? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Sir, there is a technical issue at my end, so I'm unable to actually speak.
Okay, it's fine because you are traveling, but I'll be able to communicate with other people who are there in the college in Mumbai.
Yes, sir. We are definitely there, available in the college, and we are there, sir,
Okay,
to welcome you, sir, and host today. It's a privilege to host you, sir, today.
thank you so much. That's so kind of you. So we will begin at 10:40.
Sir, around 10:35 will start, sir.
Okay. And when we start, then all the participants, they will appear on the screen.
Sir, yes, we'll ask everyone to put on the videos.
Okay. I suppose the Professor Sthana is also participating. I saw his picture just now.
Asthana sir, na? Yes, he was there. Asthana sir was there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Dr. Asthana is there.
Yeah. Dr. Savita is also now.
Yes, she was already there. Savita ma'am, if you can put your video
Yes,
on.
now
Sir, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning,
Namaskar,
sir.
Pranam. Yes. Thank you very much. We were already in touch.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So,
Sir, we'll start within 5 minutes. Let us join.
yes. I'm also waiting for 10:40. So we will exactly start at 10:40. Sable Saab is a very hard task master, and therefore he will straight jacket us in this time only, 10:40 to 11:10. How many delegates have registered for this conference?
Sir, 135.
Oh, that's a great number. And so that means all of them have sent papers.
No, sir. Some are co-authors, some are authoring with others. So
Okay.
overall, 65 papers nearby we have received.
Yeah, even then, it's a good substantial number.
Yes, sir.
And had you also given sub themes also? Had you
Sorry,
also
sir?
had you also circulated sub themes with this main theme? That is
Yes, sir.
a sub theme.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so
Sir, I'll send you the brochure. So you will get all the information. Yes, sir. We have given sub-themes also.
have you sent that to me
No, sir. I'll send you just now.
just now?
Yes, yes, sir.
And from which places mostly? What is the nature of location of the participants?
Sir, for 14 state people from 14 states have registered, but
Okay.
major participants are from University of Mumbai.
Major part is from Maharashtra only. Right. And how big is your college in terms of number of students?
Sir, sorry, could not hear you.
Number of students in your college?
Sir, around 700.
700.
Yes, sir. PG,
Yeah.
this sorry, UG, only UG students 700.
Yeah.
Including junior college, it will be 1,500.
Including PG courses.
No, UG and 11th, 12th. PG we don't have,
Okay.
sir.
Achha, UG and the secondary classes, you mean to say 11 and 12.
Yes, yes.
So that will be over 1,000. And how many teachers, regular faculty?
From Chadda, sir.
Namaskar,
Yes,
Sir
sir.
Sahab. Seeing you after a long
Morning,
time.
sir. Very good morning.
First, please let me know the status of your health, particularly the
Absolutely
infection.
fine, sir. Absolutely fine.
Absolutely fine.
We are just waiting for the 10:30. The program will be start at 10:30.
Yeah. I will start
Oh.
speaking at
Also,
10:40.
other person from the Indian Economic Association, how many person have joined since now? Have you go through it?
Sir, some people may join later on because they have examination duties going on.
Hmm.
So they have requested that they will be doing it later on.
Okay, madam.
So shall we
Wish-
start, madam?
Yes, sir. Can we
Sir?
start?
Yeah, start is 10:35. You
Neetu
can
ma'am, can we start? Yes, Savita ma'am, we can start. Yes, ma'am. Shweta ma'am, please.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. I request everyone to please raise yourself for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत
A very good morning to all. This is Sharvari Paranspe, HOD of CS and IT Department, feeling privileged to extend my warm welcome to all on behalf of Bharat Friends Associations, Bharat College of Arts and Commerce, to the inaugural function of one-day National E-Conference on India 2025, Vision, Challenges, and Roadmap to become $5 trillion economy.
Sharvari ma'am. Sharvari
Yes, ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Sharvari ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
You're not audible actually. You're not in range or what?
Is it okay,
Your
ma'am?
voice
now?
is not audible.
She's
Am
very
I
audible
audible
to
now?
me.
Yeah, ma'am. She is audible. Neetu ma'am, आपका network शायद ये है.
It's audible to me
Okay,
also.
okay.
She's
Okay,
audible.
fine.
Shall I continue?
Yes, Sharvari ma'am, please.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Today we have eminent personalities with us. I would like to welcome our today's keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Vikram Chadda, sir. Today's chief guest, Mr. Nitin Mahajan, sir. Also, I would like to welcome Chief Program Coordinator, Indian Economic Association, Dr. A.K. Tomar, sir. Secretary General of Indian Economic Association, Dr. D.K. Asthana, sir. President of Indian Economic Association, Professor Adya Prasad Pandey, sir. Principal of MMK College of Commerce and Economics, Dr. Kishore Pishori, sir. With great pleasure, I would like to welcome Principal of Bharat College of Arts and Commerce, Dr. Deepak Sabre, sir. IQSC Coordinator, Dr. Neetu Kapoor, madam. Convener of this e-conference, Dr. Savita Punjabi, madam. Senior faculty, Farida Kopoliwala, madam. All the teacher participants, my colleagues, and my dear student. Welcome to this knowledge sharing and gaining session. Knowledge is key to success. Ma Saraswati is the goddess of knowledge and wisdom. India is our country where we follow our culture and tradition. We always take blessing from God before starting any work. So let's dedicate a prayer to Ma Saraswati for her blessings.
या कुन्देतु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेष जाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहाम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्
Thank you, madam. Before proceeding further, I would like to introduce my college. Bharat College of Arts and Commerce was established in 1991 as the first degree college in area of Badla. Providing education to all was the primary thought behind establishing this college. The founder of Bharat Friends Association, late Sri T.V. Sarupa sir, had a vision to develop overall personality of the student. Promoting and nurturing an attitude towards excellence as a lifelong goal is the vision of our college. Bharat College always arranges various activities like Arohan and intercollegiate competition, website exhibition, Best Out of West, White Revolution, Pradarshani, Visit to Industries and Sevi, and so many. Our college has been awarded as Green Army because of activities like Plantomania, in which we tried to convey the importance of trees. For helping society, we have started eWaste Collection Center. We have Episteme, an online journal where we encourage students to publish their papers. Research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. That's why research develops critical thinking capacity. To highlight more about today's e-conference, I would like to invite IQSC coordinator, Dr. Neetu Kapoor Madam. Neetu Madam has taken the charge of principal in year 2005. Since then, she was handling administrative duty. Madam is the secretary of Kalyan Ambarnath chapter of ICAI. She is also working as management consultant with R. Nana Boy and Company. Neetu Madam is having 20 plus years of teaching experience. Madam has published many research papers in national and international journal. Recently, Madam has published one book on NUP. Even she has received Star Education's Best Teacher Award. I request Neetu Madam to accept this invitation and highlight more about today's conference. Neetu Madam.
Thank you, Sharvari ma'am. I take this opportunity today to wish a very good morning and a cold morning. The morning has turned cold with the venture of this national e-conference. So a very good morning to all the dignitaries and participants joining from various places and being the part of Bharat family for the day. I take this opportunity on behalf of Bharat Friends Association's management, principal and staff to welcome today's chief guest, Mr. Nitin Mahajan sir, our keynote speaker, Dr. Vikram Chadda sir, the President of Indian Economic Association, Dr. A.K. Tomar, Chief Program Coordinator of Indian Economic Association, Dr. A.K. Asthana, Secretary General of Indian Economic Association, Professor Adya Prasad Pandey, President of Indian Economic Association. I think Vikram Chadda sir is the secretary, if I'm not wrong, of Indian Economic Association. Sir, am I correct?
No, I'm the president of this current conference.
Acha, current. Okay, fine, sir. Sir, sorry for
the association.
Okay. Dr. Kishore sir, from principal of Srimati MMK College of Commerce and Economics. I also take the privilege to welcome our Honorable Chairman, Mr. Bharat Sarupa in his absentia, Mr. Manoj Sarupa, Secretary of Bharat Friends Association in his absentia, our own principal, the leader of Bharat College, leading to the path of success, Dr. Deepak Sable, though sir is traveling, but since though he has some other commitments, still he has made a point that he has been there in the conference. So on his behalf, I welcome all the dignitaries to the virtual platform of Bharat College. It's really a privilege to have all on this virtual platform. It has been an honor to announce that this national conference is witnessed by 134 participants from 14 states, which shows a sign of trust. The college has been conducting conferences since last 4 years consecutively with 2 international conferences and 2 national conferences. So the trust that the participants have built on us is really amazing. We are really thankful to everyone for being here for this national conference. The work assigned to me was to introduce the theme of today, that is India 2025 Vision, Challenges and Roadmap to become a 5 trillion economy. To start with, I would like to first quote our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who was the first Prime Minister who spoke about targets to be achieved. Our Prime Minister said, our Honorable Prime Minister said that the India needs to be a 5 trillion economy by 2025. For this, a working group was assigned to design a roadmap of how to make India 5 trillion economy. The economy came up with the plan of making India 5 trillion economy through 1 trillion to be contributed by manufacturing sector, 1 trillion should be contributed by agriculture sector, and 3 trillion to be contributed by service sector. We belonging to one of the service sectors where we provide education as a welfare measure to the society. It becomes our prime duty to discuss and to deliberate on the roadmap that was presented by our Honorable Prime Minister in Varanasi when he declared that India to be 5 trillion economy by 2025. When the Prime Minister started with his speech on the roadmap of India to 5 trillion economy, he said, New India is ready for the race. The mountain of difficulties that lies ahead, those are the catalyst of my determination. Why fear the challenges? They are the repositories of possibilities. The sacrifice of every person in the quest for development are the embellishment of Mother India. The rich and the poor form the arms of our country. This is the clarion call of a changing India. Our country proposed in the past too. Now a new India is ready for the race. To move forward is the motto of New India. So this was a short poem which was read at when our Honorable Prime Minister spoke about how India would enter a race of 5 trillion economy. Not only that, he came up with the roadmap of becoming 5 trillion economy, where he spoke about agriculture, where he gave many new vision to the Indians, where he spoke for agriculture, how to develop agriculture, how to bring services into form that it gives a development to Indian economy. He spoke about why have pride in poverty. That is what he said, that if we still talk about poverty, we will talk only about challenges. We will never talk about opportunities that we have. He came up with the theme, why to produce, why to have agriculture only for production, why not for income. He brought forward a thought that agriculture should be there to generate income, not for production. He spoke about food provider to be energy provider, that is by installing solar panels in the farms, the farmers could provide energy. The next roadmap was blue economy for a new economy, that 5 trillion economy should also talk about blue economy, that is developing water reservoirs for India, a better tomorrow through water conservation, water in every household, certain things which our Honorable Prime Minister spoke, like clean India, healthy India, prosperous India, toilets for every family, Ujala for every woman to have a smoke-free cooking environment. So these were some of the things and there are many more infrastructure development, startups, MSMEs, solar energy. He spoke about so many things for making India 5 trillion economy, $5 trillion economy. Definitely the roadmap was discussed by our Honorable Prime Minister in Varanasi. Today, through this conference, we are here to find out the actual position where we are and how do we strategize those policies that has been laid down for the development of the nation. So considering all these things, we as an academician thought, why don't we discuss these challenges and roadmaps when we are in the phase of implementation of new education policy 2020, where education sector is going to get open up to foreign universities. There are so many other changes and other reforms that are coming up for every sectors in line for improving our productivity, for developing the country, for developing our GDP. So being the third largest country with the highest GDP, I feel that it is a need of the day that we discuss all these roadmaps, make people aware not only of challenges, but also of the opportunities that have come forward rather than criticizing, let us accept this growth. Though there will be always the people who will criticize. They'll say that it is not achievable. But I think our honorable Prime Minister, through his vision of developing India, has attended that roadmap to achieve the $5 trillion economy. So with this, I welcome everyone once again. I hope our discussion, our deliberation today on this India becoming a $5 trillion economy would definitely enhance our knowledge and definitely suggest some strategies which will be helpful in our day-to-day life. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Savita ma'am, for giving me this charge of talking about the theme of the conference. So I thank you. I thanks Principal Sir for his motivation and giving me the opportunity. Thank you, Sharwari ma'am, and thank you all who are there here today being a part of our Bharat family. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, madam. Really, the words, whatever you have said are correct. Instead of focusing on challenges and criticism, let's focus on the growth. That's true. Thank you so much, madam. There is a quote by a known author that a good speaker is like a pencil. It has to have a point. We have got a very talented speaker today. It's my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Vikram Chadha sir. Dr. Chadha sir obtained his Master's in Economics from Punjab University in 1976, MPhil in Economics from HP University, Shimla in 1977, and started his teaching career from 1977 from Government College for Boys, Chandigarh. All along, he completed his PhD in economics in 1990 on the theme of transferring new technologies from lab to industry. Later, in 2001, he also completed his postdoc research project on comparative performance on research and development in India and Mexico from University of Guadalajara, Mexico in 2001. He had been a keen tennis player, represented Punjab University in inter-university matches from 1974 to 76, and is a college and university color holder for tennis. Sir joined as a lecturer in economics at SD College, Ambala, Kent from 1977, and thereafter joined as a lecturer in economics at Punjab School of Economics, Guru Nanak Dev University, Amritsar. Later promoted as associate professor in 1992 and as a full-time professor of economics from 2000, and finally retired in December 2015. Though he was reappointed as professor of economics for 4-year term and finally quit the university in December 2019. During his tenure at Punjab School of Economics, he was appointed head of department and Dean Faculty of Economics and Business during 2010 to 13. During his career span of 43 years of teaching and research, his main area of specialization was industrial and labor economics, and taught undergraduate, postgraduate, MPhil, and doctoral courses at Guru Nanak Dev University. Besides, 2 teaching stints as a visiting professor at University of Troy, Republic of Kyrgyzstan in 1996 and Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok. He also completed 2 research projects, one of which was at University of Guadalajara, Mexico. And finally, he lectured extensively in India and abroad in various universities, colleges, and learned societies like Rotary Club, Lions Club, industry associations, and as well in universities like Wisconsin's USA, Zamora College, Mexico. He also presented papers over 100 conferences of various countries. Dr. Chadha sir has been life member of many professional associations and societies, including Indian Economic Association, Indian Society of Labor Economics, Indian Political Economic Association, Indian Economics and Allied Science Association, and Indian Regional Science Association, etc. Recently, Sir has been honored by the Indian Economic Association by nominating him as the president of 107th IEA Conference, Indian Economic Association Conference, scheduled to be held in December 2024. We rarely get this kind of opportunity to listen to the words by such eminent speaker. I invite Dr. Vikram Chadha sir to take a charge and address the audience with his words of wisdom.
Thank you very much, Professor Shanti. Thank you very much, Dr. Sable, the principal of the college, for having me as keynote speaker at this conference. Esteemed Dr. Asthanaji, Dr. Tomarji, Professor Pandeyji, all very old friends, and Dr. Savita, Dr. Pranjape, Dr. Nitin Mahajanji. So thank you very much for being my audience today. In fact, when Professor Ditu was mentioning that the college has taken up the agenda to spread green cover by planting trees and by promoting the planting of trees, I think you people are already taking up carrying forward the agenda of Shining India, because one of the great pathways to this new position of world leader, being a world leader by 2047, when we complete this first centenary of independence, is to conserve our ecology. India has vowed very brightly to conserve energy, to use green, to avoid using greenhouse gases spreading fuels, or you can say non-fossil fuels. And for example, we are already leading the International Solar Alliance by engaging more than 30 countries in our endeavor that will spread the use of solar energy instead of fossil fuels. And similarly, green hydrogen mission is being taken up on war footing. And likewise, all these sources of renewable energy are being promoted, because India wants to carry forward the flag of conserving our ecology, and by discouraging the use of fossil fuels, and by reducing the content of our GDP by 50% by 2030, which leads to more carbon footprint in this world. So, and similarly, we will try to produce 500 gigawatt of non-renewable energy sources. And naturally, all these measures show that India is leading from the front as far as taking forward the agenda of being a leader, and also by raising the bar as far as the GDP of India is concerned to $5 trillion. In fact, all of us are witness to a very exciting period these days. Literally, when from November 22, India surpassed the British economy as the 5th largest economy in the world, with $3.17 trillion GDP. And the experts predict that by 2027, we will surpass Germany. We will surpass Germany when we attain $4.17 trillion economy, and we will cross over Japan when we touch a $5.57 trillion GDP by 2028. But recent news has already percolated that both Germany and Japan are passing through recession, and Japanese GDP has already dwindled to 4.44 trillion. So I think if that's the speed, India being the fastest growing major economy in the world will, it's no, you can say it's no surprise that we will take over as the third largest economy even before 2028. If things, because India has a great resilience. Indian economy has shown practically at various stages of economic development that how we have bounced back, even if we had to encounter setbacks in fact, the talk, as Professor Neetu just mentioned, that that the Prime Minister Modi is very conscious of the fact that he wants to take India to inexorable heights, particularly by 2047, and then by that time, India should be a developed country. But as per the categorization of the World Bank, India will be a developed country if we are able to attain a per capita income of over $13,000. At present, the per capita income of India is around $2,500. And India is growing at about 6.8 to 7% per year, which is not very adequate given the constraint of a very, very large population. So the experts predict that if India wants to attain that exalted stage of a developed economy with over $13,000 per capita, then India must grow into double-digit growth rate. They predict that at least 12% sustained growth of the economy will enable India to achieve the target of $45 trillion, because many enthusiasts have started now imagining India to be a world leader with $45 trillion economy by 2047. Of course, the short-term target, as Professor Neetu just mentioned, is $5 trillion to be achieved by 2025 or 2027. But our larger objective is to achieve the welfare of the people, the good for the people, the economic welfare of the people, both raising per capita income as well as improving India's position in indices like Human Development Index or the Happiness Index or the Hunger Index. Then alone, because only GDP and per capita incomes won't do unless we are able to make our people happy, make our people comfortable living of the people with the least pollution, and of course providing them all the amenities of good education, good health, and good living. Then alone India can boast of this. But till now, the presidency of India in the G20 group of nations recently, it exhibited that India can carry its weight forward. For example, by bringing all the developed and developing countries on one platform and motivating or inducing them to achieve a consensus or a common mandate to be adopted. And that was a great achievement and showed India as a leader of the World Committee of Nations. Not only India wants to be a leader, but also wants to be a leader of the South as well. Because during that, that G20 summits, if you remember in January, India invited at the beginning of the forum about 125 developing or laggard countries, and just to know their views and vision, that how they perceive the world to be in the times to come. That was a great gesture that in India, as it has a vision of its own economy of inclusive growth, it wants the world to be a Vasudev Kutumbakam philosophy should be adopted so that all have a common future, common planet for the well-being of which is our objective. So as just like true leader, our country is leading from the front as it showed during the presidency of G20. Now, if we can go back a little bit in the evolution of our economy, you know that we had been ruled by foreign invaders for a long time, and then the British ruled us for about 200 years, and not only ruled, but they tried to hollow the economy from within by instituting such you can say such hollowing kind of mechanisms like land revenue system and industrial guilds, etc., which never allowed our local aboriginals, local indigenous people to develop economically, and imposed on us their education system, which in fact kept us at a low level for a long time. And after independence, our planners, our leaders, adopted the strategy of achieving self-reliance. I think, to my mind, that this one strategy that India adopted perhaps has helped us. It has helped us in quickly and speedily achieving this status of the 5th largest country in the world within a span of 75 years. Had we fallen into the trap of high imports and dependence on imported capital and technology at the initial stages of development, perhaps we would have fallen in the trap of what you call dependent development, because a dependent country like, for example, Pakistan and many other African countries, their development got conditioned in the frame of a center-periphery relationship, because when whatever center allowed, the periphery will behave like that, or center-satellite relationship. We never wanted that because we were very, very wary of our dependence on foreign rulers, colonial rulers that we never wanted. So I think, to my mind, that although till 60s, 70s, 80s, we continue to be held down what it was described as Hindu rate of growth, that we could not break that barrier. We continue to remain at a low level equilibrium trap, but we continuously, relentlessly continue to pursue the goal and target of self-reliance. Although all of us, we remember that how India was such a poor country at the time of independence. We went around the world with a begging bowl in our hands because to get food for our hungry people. We know that at the time of independence, our literacy rate was not more than 39%. Poverty was rampant. Starvation, deaths were the rule of the day. But within a span of 75 years, we reversed, not only reversed the flow of history, but we achieved this exalted status of being the 5th largest and rapidly growing economy of the world. And I think credit goes to our planners who pursued what we can call a calibrated approach to development. We never took very abrupt and you can say very explosive steps at one time, but we followed a very meticulous, very carefully charted and calibrated approach. Whether it were imports, we pursued the import substitution and decided that we will import only whatever is indispensable for us to import. Only then we will. And continuously side by side, we set up our education institutions, research institutions, and various other organizations, professional organizations, medical college, engineering, all of us, we know that. And that was a strategy to attain self-reliance, because self-reliance for example, final products, that is not enough. But all those ingredients that contribute to the final good production or final outcomes, those are equally important. That is why I stress on education, stress on research, and stress on infrastructure, like huge hydropower projects, etc., atomic power projects, and space research. And so India was out to stand on its own legs. That was the objective. Although this strategy took us long, 60s, 70s, 80s, and even till 90s, when ultimately we opened up and introduced reforms. And after that, it's common knowledge that how India started growing leaps and bounds. And number of years, we had very high rate of growth, and even double-digit growth in some years during the first decade of 2000s. And of course, there were setbacks, but because, as I said, we had a calibrated approach, we could withstand various shocks that were given by various other countries. For example, 1994, Mexican currency shock, and then we had the economic crisis of the Southeast Asian nations in 1977, 98, and then the subprime crisis triggered by the US during 2008, and after that, of course, your pandemic, and then Ukrainian war. But all across, when these disruptive events happened, Indian growth did get a setback. For example, during 2008, our economy was chugging along well till 2008 at even 11%, 10%, 11% rate. But suddenly that subprime crisis happened, and we got 3 or 3.5% growth. But the beauty and the strength of Indian economy is, as I said, resilience. That I think during 2008-9, the growth rate was 3%, but during 2010-11, the growth rate suddenly jumped to 10%, 11%. So that is the strength. And same thing happened, for example, when demonetization was introduced, the growth rate did suffer around 4%, but in the subsequent years, it again boomed to 7-8% growth rate. And same thing happened during COVID, that we even touched the negative zone of growth during 2020-21, but 2021-22, we jumped over to 8+% growth rate. And after that, when the whole world is reeling under recessionary tendencies, India has been described as a shining spot of the world by the World Bank. And that is the strength of our country, that in spite of these, that is why I say that our strength lies in the calibrated. For example, a very great example of calibration can be given, that during COVID, due to disruptive events that happened, India was under great pressure of releasing minimum 10% of GDP as a financial support system in the country. But India didn't bow to the pressure of the West, particularly of the US, and we released liquidity into the economy, not more than 4% of GDP, say about 2 lakh crore, not more than that, in spite of the pressure from the West. So this is calibration, because we didn't want to go whole hog, and the consequence was it's very before us. For example, what happened to the US economy? The inflation after that, when COVID subsided, the inflation went up to 15% in the US, 10% in the British economy. But inflation had to have, because when you pump in liquidity into the economic system, then the prices have to go. But India restricted inflation to 8% maximum, and that also quickly by December 22, it quickly came down to 5%, and now it is 4.7%. So inflation is well under control. But on the other hand, what happened to the West, the whole West? Because due to inflationary pressure, their Fed Bank and the European central banking systems, they had to raise their lending rates, and the consequence is that they could never revive after that. The whole world economy has plunged from a growth of 6+% to barely 2.3%. Your American economy is reeling around 1%. German economy, it is predicted that in 2024-25 will run into minus growth, minus 1.3. And same thing is talked about Japanese economy. But all the multilateral financial institutions in the world, they predict a reasonably good growth, 6 plus 6.8 or 7% growth for the Indian economy. And this is because of the strong economic fundamentals that we have built. And once again, I think it is more due to the calibrated approach, meticulous approach, by keeping tab over all the macroeconomic elements, be it the investment trade, be it the inflation, be it the liquidity in the financial system, and be it the exports and foreign direct investments, etc. So all these macroeconomic fundamentals are very strong, which give a strong economic base, and that is why the economy is holding a good promise. And we talk about now from 5 trillion to maybe 30 trillion or $35 trillion economy, because we feel that the Indian economy has the wherewithal to take up the challenges of now. So, and at the same time, if we have been able to encounter the world pressures with the fortitude and with our own internal strength, at the same time, India has never given shocks. India has never resulted in disruptive growth anywhere in the world due to its economic policies, like due to many events that I've mentioned just now, the Mexican crisis, the South Asian crisis, the American crisis, and even the so India has never been a trouble monger, and it has never, in fact, created trouble for the world. Rather, it has been helpful. For example, what happened during the COVID? It's for everyone to know that we supplied COVID vaccine to 75 countries, and we were even ready to export food grains due to the Ukrainian crisis. India has the approach to help everyone because of our basic philosophy of Vasudev Kutumbakam, that all people are one. It's a community, and this is all. So India can rightfully claim a rightful place of eminence, of a high status, of economic strength in the world, but has some challenges. It has challenges. But let me quickly, because the theme is that what are the gateways or the roadmap. I think some roadmaps were mentioned by the professor who was introducing the seminar. That one roadmap or one strategy or one gateway to this exalted position is the strength of our vast pool of talent that we have. 64% population belongs to the productive working age group of 15 to 64 years. And this pool of young people can be harnessed, can be utilized for achieving this target of high income economy. And because if we look at that, if we have a workforce participation rate of 48%, roughly 55 to 60 crore people are our labor force. And out of that, I would guess 9 to 10 crore people are highly skilled people who are scientists, doctors, researchers, engineers. And I think we have been able to provide this large, this great part of the workforce to the West. Whole Silicon Valley is the example, to Europe, to Australia, to Southeast, everywhere Indian talent speaks. And for example, if we look at the remittances, India was the country with the largest remittance of over $1,000 billion last year. So that is a testimony that our workforce is working tremendously in all the countries, and large remittance, and they come back to India in terms of foreign currency. And it is also known that 30 top companies of the world, their CEOs are of Indian origin. And so in this way, India is a powerhouse of talented, technically and scientifically trained workforce. And we have been the source or the reservoir of this talented workforce, not only for our own country, but for the whole global economy. Second, the strength of India that reflects in India's digital revolution. The way that the economy has digitalized, it has not only helped in speeding up the economic forces, the trade, the production, but it has also contributed towards the eradication of poverty. For example, since 2005, almost 40 crore people could be pulled out of the multidimensional poverty, because now through digital transfers, there is very less possibility of leakages, and all the doles and all the financial help that actually is directly transferred into the accounts of the citizens. So this JAM trinity, Jan Dhan accounts, Aadhaar card, and mobile telephony, that in fact adds to the India stack. It is called, as it is called, it's a digital stack, and India has really benefited by the transfer of benefits of all the welfare schemes directly to the people. For example, Ayushman Bharat has benefited 50 crore people. The Jan Dhan accounts opening about 50 crore Jan-Dhan accounts were opened, out of which 26 crore were women, poor women who benefited from this. And similarly, all these direct transfers like under Prime Minister Kisan Card Yojana, Prime Minister what you call Antyodaya transfers, under which it's a remarkable achievement that till now 80 crore people, poor people of the country, they are being fed with free rations under the Antyodaya scheme. And Garib Kalyan Yojana, PM Garib Kalyan Yojana also, under which 6,000 rupees are transferred directly into the accounts of the rural farmers. And in this way, it's a digital, and then who can forget the contribution of CoWIN platform, which is a purely digital this thing, and under which 2 billion doses of vaccine they were given to the countrymen, and we were able to fight out this scourge of COVID-19. And not only that, we helped other countries outside. So this digital, and then e-commerce and UPI payments, this has revolutionized the whole economy. And now under G20, India was willing to share our UPI experience with a number of countries, and people all across the world were impressed with our digital transformation. So that's a great gateway or a pathway which will transform India into a economic powerhouse in the times to come. And conserver of energy, I've already talked, conserver of ecology. And similarly, India has experimented with the startup economy. India's startup economy is another gateway that will lead India to that high position of the world economic leader. In fact, the global startup economy is about $3 trillion economy, and India has already gone in a big way in promoting the setting up of startups. We already have over 1 lakh startups, out of which about 1,100 startups are unicorns with 1 crore asset. And India has initiated the Startup 20 engagement group under the India G20 presidency. And we want that this startup, and then we have already set up various incubation centers to create an ecosystem for the encouragement, for the inducement and the success of startups. And there are many glaring examples of that, how startups, they have strengthened their position and has given a strength to the whole economy, as well as employment generation, as well as asset formation, as well as speeding up the velocity of circulation in the economy is concerned. So startup economy has given a great strength to India. And then another great way, the gateway or the strength of the economy lies in India's tenuous link with the global supply chains. This phenomenon particularly was realized after the Ukrainian war, when the supply chains were disrupted. COVID had also disrupted the global supply chains. And India now and China has been playing some mischief everywhere, and therefore has become less reliable all across the globe. India, due to its policy and philosophy, as I said earlier, that we never give shocks and we don't create ripples in the whole global economy. Rather, we always extend our helping hand. So therefore, India has won the faith and confidence of the foreign investors of all the countries, and they come forth to invest in in India. And that is why India will emerge as the potential manufacturing hub and a great link in the global supply chains. And that is why most of the countries want to deviate from the Chinese supplies and append more with the Indian supply systems because of greater reliability, because of greater confidence, because of, most important, for example, schemes like Make in India and schemes like you can say that we have inexpensive labor, very high expertise available. We have a great supply of inputs, and now whatever deficiencies were there, for example, infrastructural deficiencies were there, such programs like Gati Shakti program and developing various freight corridors and highways, ports, and cargo facilities. So by this, India is strengthening its logistics, and that is why if we read our budget keenly, that since last year particularly, we have suddenly escalated our investments, the capex investments, what we call particularly the investments in our infrastructure, hard assets. And for the first time last year, 10 lakh crores they were allocated for infrastructure development. And this year budget has allocated already 11 lakh crores, which is about 3.4% of the GDP of the economy for the first time. So this is all being done to support or to encourage the foreign investors and to present a picture that the whole government is developing an ecosystem which will take care of their investments in manufacturing, and thus India is bound to become a reliable, a relentless, and a tenuous link in the all the global supply chains, and that will give a strength to India's agenda of being the world leader, world economic leader. Similarly, just a little bit that even in the G20 presidency, we created, for example, such initiatives as India Middle East Europe Corridor, IMEC, and because this will link India with the Middle East and Europe with the American support. So this will be great, that alternative to Belt and Road initiative of China, with which many countries have been disagreeing. So therefore, such initiatives will definitely give great strength to Indian commerce, Indian industry, and India will surely become a hub of manufacturing of the world. And for example, if all of us are aware how much confidence the West has started laying in Indian economy, for example, initiatives like IPEF, that is Indo-Pacific Economic Forum, in which US launched a group of 18 countries and wants India to be a member of this. Although India has its reservations, particularly with respect to its agricultural sector, that we want to avoid liberalizing trade under IPF dispensation. But India has of late decided to become a member, and definitely this will give a great push to Indian exports and Indian manufacturing. So if we think that why India was able to draw from 2005 to 2022 a total foreign direct investment of $875 billion, it is not that India is something very big. The only thing I said in the beginning, that the confidence, the trust, the well-meaning purpose that India stands for, that has given the confidence to foreign investors, and they come in a big way. Could you imagine a country like America, who was supporting Pakistan some years before, but now it's all out for India. And for example, under the initiative, American initiative of what you call this ICET initiatives on critical and emerging technologies. America is ready to share its 6th generation technologies with India, quantum technologies, the jet engine technologies, which it doesn't want to share because they find a very reliable partner within with India and feel that if India is a developed country, then they will be able to counter such as fisheries tendencies like China and such. And lastly, I can say that India is a hub of the innovation of the world, innovation hub of the whole globe. Almost 150 countries are partnering with our science and technology industries and sharing their inputs, research inputs with us. And India has inexpensive scientific manpower, technological manpower. That whole technological, for example, the whole IT sector. Who could imagine a few years back that we will straight away leap into the area of services sector without maturing our manufacturing, the second stage of development. This is because of the IT revolution that India initiated. And we are the supplier of IT manpower all across the globe. And therefore, all other countries, there is one challenge that India has not been able to increase its own R&D investments. Less than 1% of GDP is spent, whereas minimum 3 to 4% GDP should be spent on research and development activities to give strength to our own technologies in various sectors. But India's achievements in space, India's achievements in industrial technologies, particularly in the IT sector, in startup economy, all these have given a great credence to the world economic leaders, and they pose a great confidence in India, in the partnership with India. Of course, some challenges also remain, because a part of your theme is challenges also. Some challenges, quickly I'll mention. The basic challenge is the population, a very large population. And as I said in the outset, that if India wants to achieve that goal of $45 trillion economy or $5 trillion, it has to, in fact, keep it, because we are already the most populous country in the world, and we have exceeded China's population by about a few lakhs now. Then if we have a very large labor force, of, let's say, 520 million workers, but hardly 4.5% of this labor force has those critical skills which will give a thrust, a accelerated thrust to the economy. So that is why Skill India mission and setting up of a Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneurial Development after 2015, and various schemes that have been launched, not only to promote high skill areas, but also at the lower levels by providing them mudra loan facility, etc. So that the idea is that skills, the labor has to be skilled in this competitive world, and to enjoy that competitive advantage, the skill formation. But it is a big challenge, no doubt. We have to, although we have great hopes and expectations and also policies, but where the revenue is going to come from. India is perhaps the among the lowest countries with the tax GDP ratio. Our tax GDP ratio is hardly 11%. After all, where the revenue is going to come to fund all these schemes and high hopes and aspirations? The tax is 11%. Spain has 35%, or some countries have 65% revenue of GDP coming from taxation. But India is still lowly taxed country that way. And the debt to GDP ratio is already 83%, but we can say that even developed countries have very high debt to GDP ratio. But this high degree of debt, in fact, takes away large part of our GDP in debt servicing, and that's also puts a constraint. Inequality in our country is very high, and such surveys like Oxfam have already pointed out that 73% of the wealth is cornered by the top 10% of the. This is high degree of, and the Gini coefficient is also around 37 now. It has increased from 35 to 37. So that means, although we are talking about reforms, we are talking about high income growth, but this income is very skewedly distributed, unequally distributed in this society. And why we dread inequality? Why we dread inequality? It is because you know that rich have low propensity to consume. We want high propensity to consume. Unless there is more consumption, more production, more employment, only then things will succeed. So that is why we want that the income should percolate down to lower levels as far as possible. Already the middle class is shrinking, and although our GDP is composed of 65% of GDP is still consumption. It comes from consumption, but off late it has come down to 56%. So that means the consumption is getting a hit. But for a growing economy or a forward-looking economy where we want growth of incomes, unless you have more spending, more consumption, this income sources will dry up. So, and then research and development, I have already said that we spend too little on research, and India boasts of high levels of scientific manpower, skilled manpower. We boast of scientific traditions and a vast scientific infrastructure that we've created. But spending on research and development must increase to minimum 3% of GDP, which at present is too low. So we have our hopes and aspirations, but the reality must match up to those high hopes. And certainly, if our high GDP growth of 272 lakh crore rupees and a high per capita income since 1990 to 1.72 lakh rupees, we can also achieve higher levels of growth by reorganizing ourselves, by promoting that philosophy of calibration, meticulous growth, and by reorganizing ourselves and pushing all our energies to the achievement of this lofted target. Thank you very much. I think I shot over the time allocated to me, and thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Chadda sir. It was like Ved Vyas talking about Bhagavad Gita, Chadda sir talking about economics. Sir, it was really, really wonderful hearing you. It was marvelous, and the knowledge that you shared was really unmatched to anyone who would have been here. Sir, thank you so much. I really want to thank Indian Economic Association and you and all present over here from Indian Economic Association. Sir, it was marvelous hearing you, sir. Really, it was unmatched, really unmatched. Thanks a lot, sir. We don't mind the time that has been taken, but the delivery has definitely enriched us. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Really, it was really very nice listening you. And you have spoke about different things like renewable energy. Even you have highlighted about the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam policy, how we have changed in these 75 years, and what are the how different issues affected the economy of our country, but still we shine like a star. And after listening you, we really feel like a proud Indian. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for such a wonderful words.
Thank you.
Now,
Can
yes,
I
sir.
leave? Can I leave, madam? Because I have some other engagement now. Can I leave?
Yes, sir. Now I am moving further. I am really very grateful for introducing our today's chief guest of e-conference, Mr. Nitin Mahajan, sir, who is Assistant Vice President and Global Practice Head, Oracle Cloud. Sir is an industry leader with 3 decades of global experience across multiple domains. His cross-functional experience has helped clients creating significant business value by executing transformational projects, deploying new age application and technology platform. Nitin sir specializes in SaaS, ERP, CX, and BI areas and working closely with clients in delivering innovative business model. He has successfully led several transformation projects and one of them being the Ministry of HRD e-governance project for All India Council of Technical Education, that is AICTE, which has been adjudged as the best e-governance project. In LITI Mindtree, Nitin sir is leading a team of experts in several Oracle technologies, industry domains such as utilities and construction engineering. He is responsible for deliveries in all these technologies and is currently managing deliveries for multiple clients globally. Nitin sir has demonstrated tremendous drive and passion for quality, always looking for process improvements, single-minded focus with never give up attitude, creativity in problem solution, and ability to handle complex, challenging assignments. Nitin sir is a regular speaker at several conferences worldwide and has published white papers on varied subjects. Without wasting much time, I request Nitin Mahajan sir to accept this invitation and address the audience. Nitin sir?
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. And I really feel blessed to be here today morning. It's a Saturday morning for me. Normally, Saturday mornings are very lazy morning for me. I get up late, and then by the time I start work, it is almost afternoon. But thank you for inviting me for this. Really feeling blessed to be amongst people who are shaping the future of this country. Why I say this, because there are several professors here and several people who have done doctorates, and I was hearing to Dr. Chadda as well, and it is really a different experience to learn from somebody like Dr. Chadda about the economy. Okay. Having said that, the topic I thought would be appropriate for this conference would be touching upon the role of IT in this 5 trillion economy which we are speaking, and what target the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also set for all of us. So when I actually talk about this, information technology, do I really need to tell you that how much difference has it made to people here in India? I am sure each one of you have either yourself or some of you are already working in IT industry in some or the other way. Let me give you an experience. When I started my career, as a young engineer, by the way, I never had a formal education into information technology. It is I have learned over a period of time. But when I started my career as a young engineer, I was more on a shop floor doing the routine manufacturing kind of work. And then suddenly I got introduced to this area of information technology. And at that time, it was so naive on my part. It was almost 30 years back that I was thinking that why is so much of a talk about IT industry and why people are wanting to move into IT. So at that point of time, I did not realize much, but I found my career to be more glamorous being in IT. And that is why I moved to IT industry. Okay, at that point of time, I really did not realize that how much IT is going to be, entering into our day-to-day lives. How much proliferation of IT is going to happen in our day-to-day life. When I started my career, it was way back in the 90s. I would say the contribution of IT to the GDP of the nation or to the economy of the nation was hardly 1 or 2%, 1.2%. To be precise, I was going through some records and I could find out that it was hardly 1.2%. Today, when the Prime Minister speak about it, he says that Indian economy of 5 trillion by 2025 with 10% of it coming only from IT industry. Okay, 10% or there are some experts, they are saying that almost $1 trillion of economy coming out of the IT services. Now, this is something huge. This is something huge. Today, we are somewhere around $500 billion or maybe just growing towards $1 trillion, but $500 billion. And when somebody sets a target, it sets us all thinking and it sets us into a different kind of thought process that how is this going to happen? What are the things we need to do? So let us first examine that how IT has really entered our life and how it has actually, actually helped in growth of the Indian economy. So just to rattle about some numbers. So currently we are like 7 to 8% of the total economy, and then we are setting ourselves to go to somewhere around 20% of the total economy. So what does it actually mean? What does IT mean for all of us? Let's make it a little bit interactive. I think you all people are on mobile or maybe on laptop. If you can open your chat window, and when we say information technology, what does it mean for all of you? What does it mean? It means several different things because it is all over in our life. If you can just give me some pointers, what does it mean for you? Information technology, is it only the people who are working into IT industry who have made their careers like me? Millions of Indian, who are working like me have made their careers into IT industry. By the way, if you talk to my wife, she's a doctor. She says that IT industry has spoiled the complete generation of these people. So that's a different story. But let's try to examine what does IT means for each one of us. It means different things, right? I can see somebody's writing easy life. Well, easy life, I don't know what you mean by easy life. It's like, it's a lot of hard work, by the way. It's by oral, it's a lot of hard work. I land up working 12 to 16 hours a day. So I don't think it's an easy life. But yes, has it improved the lifestyle? Yes, it has improved the lifestyle, in the way we can do. I'm not sure if you people are here. Please start typing. I'm looking at the chat, not many information coming in over here. I can see Dunya Muthi Mein. Well, that's a good thing. Yes, the mobile has really got the Dunya Muthi Mein. Okay, let me give you some pointer. The number one pointer is speed. Speed in everything. Speed in operations. And let me relate this with some of the case studies, speed and agility in some of the case studies which we are working. One of the largest elevator manufacturer. I think if you go to any of the high-rise building here, anywhere in the world, if you go, you will find this elevator company working over there. I cannot take the name because of the professional conduct which we have, we cannot take the name of the customers out here. But let me tell you, this company, elevator manufacturing company, they have a central hub which provides service delivery across the globe. So let's imagine sitting here in India, if there is sitting here in India, there are people monitoring the operations of elevators across the globe. Even before somebody in, say, let's okay, let's take an example. Somewhere in Australia, say in Sydney, if there are 10 elevators, you need to excuse me for a minute. I'm getting a doorbell. There is nobody at home. I need to attend to that. Give me a minute. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure.
Sorry for that.
No issue, sir.
Sorry, I'm back. Sorry about that. This happens when you work from home. There is a doorbell and then you need to answer that. Everything
No
else
issues,
can wait in
sir,
that
no
case.
issues.
Yeah. Okay, so what I was talking about is the speed and agility in providing service. And I'm quoting you an example of this elevator manufacturing company, who has a central operations here in India. And say, if there is an elevator on a 40-story skyscraper in Sydney, and of course, so many, when you have such a large skyscraper, there are so many different elevators which are available. Say if one of the elevator is kind of having a problem and it is going to stop working, the information is accessible about, this. I mean, the prediction that this elevator is going to fail is available here in India or, wherever their central hub is. And from there, they can trigger the action and let the service engineer who is local in that area, let them know that, okay, this elevator is going to fail. So even before the customer realize that this elevator is going to be failing, there is somebody who is going and attending to that elevator so that it does not fail and the operation continues. This is the speed and agility in which, it has really helped. And IT has been, forefront, or, the services related to IT has been forefront in improving this agility. This is one of the example which is one of my favorite example, because it's not only about information, it is about studying the data which is coming out of the motor and the various sensors which are there on the lift, analyzing the data and understanding from that data that, okay, this is heading for a failure, and not stopping there, but triggering a call to the service engineer around that place and telling him that, oh, this is what we have just realized, please go and attend to it and solve. And these are several such examples which I can give where IT has really improved speed of operation. This is one of the example I thought would be appropriate to quote here. The second thing is customer service. Another example which I can quote is about a couple of months back, I was in Saudi. I don't know how many of you have been there, but some of you must have been there. I was standing at the Riyadh airport, wanting to board the return flight to Air India. And, it so happened that it was so crowded that they made us wait outside the airport for, quite some time, almost 30-40 minutes. And people were getting frustrated. 5 a.m. in the morning in Saudi, it's a desert area. The temperature was very high and we were all really standing there in a heat. And then one of the person who was sitting next to me really got frustrated and put on the Twitter that, very bad service of Air India at the Riyadh airport. Okay. This is what is a tweet which was put on this. I'm telling you, these are the real example. And I also, liked the tweet and retweeted that, very bad service. We have to made to wait outside the airport in very high temperature, and it's really not comfortable waiting there. Can you believe in 10 minutes when I went to the counter and when I submitted my passport, they read my name, and then there was a person who came and he apologized to me that I'm sorry that you have to wait over there. What is the issue? I said that, look at the people who are waiting outside, and, there is no way to sit over there, and it's so uncomfortable waiting there. Is this the service which you expect? Let me tell you, this is from the company like Air India, where they now have the ability to access all the information about what the customer is talking about. And it is all happening real time. This is happening in matter of 10-15 minutes. You send a tweet, there is somebody who reads that tweet, directs the person who is responsible for the Air India services in Riyadh airport, and that person comes and meets the person, person like me and the other person who was there with me, and tells him that what's the problem. This is what is IT all about. This is what is speed about. This is what about customer service is about. Okay, so when we talk of IT and when we talk of the role of IT in economy, it is all about speed. It is all about customer service. It is also about the government services. It is about the how the government services reaches to each and every every citizens of this country. I have been fortunate to work on some of the projects, like it was mentioned in the introduction also, All India Council of Technical Education. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this organization, All India Council of Technical Education, and this is under the Ministry of HRD. I have been responsible for implementing a complete e-governance project for this particular organization within the Ministry of HRD. Every technical education within the country has to go through an approval process. Okay, every year. Like I'm sure some of the colleges, the Bharat College also must be having some approval process every year, and this is regulated under the Ministry of HRD. Once upon a time, this was all a manual, completely mundane process. Today, this happens everything online. None of the college has to visit any of the offices. Everything is being done online. Okay, and this was envisaged almost 10-15 years back. And this is just one example which I'm giving. We are all aware of how the whole mechanism of issuing passport has been solved. It is nothing but the role of IT which has helped in making this happen. Today you don't have to wait endlessly to get a passport. I remember when I took my first passport, I stood in the queue for almost like 2 hours or 3 hours just to submit my documents. And then, I don't know, I waited for almost like 6 months. Now that all that wait is gone, it's so simple. And this is all has been possible because, the way we as a country have adopted the benefits of IT and have embedded that into our day-to-day life. Look at the driving license. I wanted to renew my driving license, and I just went online and they said that, you don't have to visit anywhere. I could renew it just on click a few buttons. So this is what is the role of IT, and this is how it has been, is completely entrenched us into the economy. So when we talk about IT being 10% of the whole, I would say the 5 trillion economy, it puts a heavy pressure. It puts a heavy pressure because we should be able to support the growth of IT in the 5 trillion economy. And how do we support that? We all have a collective responsibility to support that. Okay, one of them is, of course, IT needs a lot of trained talent. And this trained talent is going to be available from various colleges. I think you all as professors and teachers in various institutions has a role to play. Unless we all do our roles, I don't think we can support the growth of IT and support the growth of this economy. Dr. Chadda was talking about the availability of talent within the country. But my experience is that whenever I look for resources from colleges, the fresh resources, many times I find them to be subpar. And this is extremely important, that we as seniors here, and we as people from various institute, we have a responsibility to make sure that how do we really support this movement. And this we can support by making sure that the people we train are having the right skill set. Just to give you an example, what I find is that when I talk to the young talent, and this Nitu madam will definitely know because I speak about this at Bharat College also, is that, when I talk to the young talent, I find them lacking in communication. Communication is one of the big areas. So when you are having your curriculum, or whenever you are doing any activities within the college, please stress upon communication. This is extremely important because without communication, people have no role in IT. Let me tell you that you may be one of the best of the talented professional, but if you cannot communicate well, you have no role to play in IT. And it's a hard reality. I find so many youngsters, they are extremely knowledgeable, but they cannot rise beyond a certain point of time because they don't have the right communication. The innovative mindset is another thing. Dr. Chadda rightly touched upon innovation as well. although, we are a country where we talk about unicorns and the startup mentality, but in general, what we see that the innovative mindset is missing. And we have to build that innovative mindset. We have to create scenarios. We have to create, initiatives which will build the innovative mindset among the youngsters. And this is extremely important, especially when we want to double the kind of workforce we want to put inside the economy for growth of 5 trillion economy. The contrarian view of 5 trillion economy, which Dr. Chadha also presented, is what is our GDP at a nominal level or per capita level, and it is extremely low. So the proliferation of technology, the proliferation of the 5 trillion economy, unless and until it realizes or it sees the benefit into the per capita income or per capita GDP of the population, the real growth won't really come through. And this is extremely important. Just another example which I would say, and it was a very hard reality, is that when I was, there is a gathering which happens every year in the US where almost 45,000 to 50,000 professionals, IT professionals, come together and we come and share on a common platform. And I was preparing for this on 26th of January in the morning. I was preparing for this conference. It was very early in the morning because I had to connect with the people in the US, and I was talking to them that how this conference is going to be and what kind of technology trends we are going to talk about. And immediately 2 hours after that, I am with my friends and colleagues here from the Rotary Club, going to a village which is nearby from Badlapur and inaugurating something called as a digital education for the kids. Look at the difference. Look at the wide, I would say the wide gap which we have. One is somebody planning for a high technology conference, and another is, we are just talking about basic digital education to the kids in the primary school in villages in India. So whatever growth we are talking about, the 5 trillion economy or, the growth which we are speaking about, it's an extremely important that it reaches to the lowest strata of the society. This is what all we need to ponder upon, we need to think upon. It's a great initiative taken by Bharat College to have this kind of a seminar to discuss the vision, the challenges which we see when we grow to a 5 trillion economy. And, I feel that, conference like this should be happening in much more manner, and we should build this thought in almost the entire thinking population which we have, because there is no way we can slip down from where we are here. Okay. And this is the only way to grow. And this is perhaps the right thing to do. My compliments to the team in Bharat College for this conference. And I wish you happy learning for the entire day today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I really value and respect your time which you have given to us today, and even you have highlighted about how IT is contributing in economic growth of India, and you have also given the real-time examples of how growth of country is, how IT is helping in growth of country. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Benjamin Franklin said, an investment in knowledge pays the best interest. Hence, we all are here to get ample of interest in future. For imparting our ideas in different sector and sharing knowledge with each other, we have technical session right after this inauguration. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude in words. At first, I would like to thank today's chief guest, Mr. Nitin Mahajan sir, for his presence and guidance. My special thanks to keynote speaker, Dr. Vikram Chadha sir, for connecting with us and giving his precious time for all of us. Sir spoke about different gateways and challenges in becoming 5 trillion economy, $5 trillion economy. My special thanks to Indian Economic Association and ICSSR to sponsor this national conference. My sincere thanks to management of our college for supporting us in every task. I am thankful to respected principal Dr. Deepak Savade sir for motivating us and providing positive approach in everything. I extend my heartfelt thanks to IQSC Coordinator, Dr. Neetu Kapoor Madam, and convener of this e-conference, Dr. Savita Punjabi Madam, for their continuous support and guidance. My special thanks to CSIT Coordinator, Assistant Professor Shweta Satav Madam for technical support. I appreciate efforts taken by every teaching, non-teaching staff for converting this dream into reality. And last but not the least, my special thanks to audience for their patient listening. I conclude the inaugural function of today's e-conference. Kindly do not leave the meeting. We are starting the technical session in next 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
immediately we'll start. Immediately.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. I hand over the charge to Harshita Madam and Ritika Madam for starting with the technical session. Harshita Madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Kiran, ma'am, are you there? Kiran, ma'am. Harshita, ma'am, just 1 minute. I'll call her.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. ओके नहीं पहले तो मुझे इनका बोलना है हाँ
Hello. Just I take the advantage to gap of this time. Thanks on the behalf of Indian Economic Association to you all, especially with the organizers and the listeners also. Thank you very much to give support to Indian Economic Association. Thank you very much.
स्टॉप में थोड़ी बंद हो जानी है हाँ जी ਹੁਣ ਚਾਲੂ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਪਸ਼ਨ ਔਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਅਗਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ
मैडम ज्वाइन हुए क्या किरण मैम?
शायद नहीं मैम.
She is joining.
Okay.
Kiran ma'am, have you joined?
Okay, today's first presenter, I'm just announcing till the ma'am is joining. Today the first presenter will be Aurel Colette sir from Pillai College of Arts and Commerce. Yes, sir. You will. We'll start within 5 more minutes.
Yeah, madam has joined. Kiran ma'am, you're there, na?
Okay, ma'am. Shall we start?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Harshita Bhaviskar from CSIT department. I welcome our today's judge, Dr. Kiran Mengani ma'am. She is Vice Principal at Vedanta College located in Vittalwadi, affiliated to Mumbai University since from 15 years. Her educational qualification is as follows. Ma'am has completed MCom, MA in Economics, MA in Psychology, MBA in Marketing and Management, B.Ed and PhD from Mumbai University. Her publications are as follows. Ma'am has published 35 papers in national, state level and international conferences. Ma'am has also published 6 papers in national journals and 8 papers in international journals. Ma'am has published 1 book chapter in ISBN and also trained people in retail marketing under NSDC programs. She is a course writer in IDOL, Mumbai University and PhD co-guide in JGT University. She has also served as a resource person for many international, national conferences, seminars, FDP programs under ICSR. She has also worked as an associate editor in few journals. I welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of Bharat College of Arts and Commerce.
Kiran ma'am, welcome. Can we start with the presentations?
Yes, madam, we can start with the presentations. Before that, all the best to all paper presenters from my side. Without wasting any time, we'll start with the presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So let's start with the technical session 1. The theme of the technical session 1 is sectorial developments, issues and prospectus leading to $5 trillion economy. The first presenter for today's technical session 1 is Aurel Colette from Pillai College of Arts and Commerce.
Yes, ma'am. And before we start, can you just briefly explain the rules at time?
You get 5 minutes, sir, for presenting the presentation. So can we start? Aurel, sir?
Just confirm whether my screen is visible and I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Screen is also visible and you're audible.
So with permission of judge, we can start.
Yes,
Kiran,
sir, you can start.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, so good afternoon, one and all. So my research paper topic is a study on customer perception towards the food tech unicorn startups in Mathura Vrindavan region of Uttar Pradesh. So basically, this is in line with the theme of our conference, that is India 2025 Vision, Challenges and Roadmap to become India a $5 trillion economy. So these are all the images. So we can see the graph where Indian GDP is growing at a rate of 7.3% vis-a-vis the world average of only 2.4%. As an introduction, India has the third largest startup ecosystem in the world, and Narendra Modi ji had started the Startup India initiative in 2016. And my area of study is on Swiggy and Zomato as a food tech, food delivery applications, which are also in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals of industry, innovation, climate action, sustainable development, because Swiggy and Zomato are doing e-delivery, that is basically not using fuel, but e-bikes and bicycles. Thus, they are also taking care of the environment. So my study is on Swiggy and Zomato, which are having a revenue model of commissions and food delivery related things, and they are doing sustainable development also by doing using e-bikes, e-packaging and these things. So review of literature, there are many studies based on startups. However, particularly on food and beverage, food tech applications, there are limited study, and I have taken 100 respondents, use chi-square test and also use SPSS online software. And further, I have referred research paper, union budget and the websites. So my objective of study is to study the food delivery application and comparing the traditional food delivery system with the modern system, then factors which drive people to use online food delivery apps and how, and thirdly, the satisfaction level of people using food delivery applications. Then my hypothesis are customer are not satisfied with food delivery applications, customer are satisfied, and second, there is no difference in the discount pattern with online food delivery applications with traditional, and then there is a difference in the discount pattern. So after my data analysis, I concluded that 68% of the people are comfortable with and are going for online food delivery applications. Then the chi-square test was applied. The p-value was less than 0.05, though null hypothesis fails to get accepted. Alternate hypothesis accepted in both the hypotheses. So customers are satisfied with food delivery applications, and there is a difference in discounts where online food offer more discounts. Then these are a few questions where it was asked GPS tracking. So these Swiggy, Zomato have GPS tracking, then more discounts and offers. So online food have more discount and offer applications. Then further personalized touch is missed in this Swiggy and Zomato, where person going to restaurant gets more personalized touch of services. Then as a conclusion, I would like to say that there is a paradigm shift in the method of ordering food, shifting towards online food delivery applications because of certain features like GPS tracking, bring your own device, aggregation and comparison of various restaurants in a single mobile app, and which is a very user friendly interface. Then also sustainable development is being done through this application by using e-bikes and e-packaging materials. And this is a startup, basically Swiggy and Zomato, both are unicorn startups having a valuation of $1 billion or more. So this is also bringing up entrepreneurship and skill development and boost the Indian startup ecosystem. So suggestion and recommendations, India has the highest youth population in the world. So India can reap the benefits of demographic dividend. And we are not necessarily dependent on job, but by this Startup India mission, we can become mere job seekers to a job creator if we become entrepreneurs. Then Startup India competitions, which are encouraged in various colleges, even in my college. Then mentorship, training, incubation centers are done. The startup benefits are to be made aware amongst various people, startup aids, tax benefits, intellectual property rights. Then the interface must be more user friendly with multiple languages. Blockchain technology can be used for betterment of this food delivery application startup. And as a conclusion, I would like to say that the best investment is not in oneself, like basically using or investing in stock or shares or bond, but investment must be done in oneself to upgrade yourself, upgrade your skills, technology, and in that manner we can optimize ourselves. And always remember that however successful we become, we always seek the blessings of our parents, teachers, guru, and God. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next presenter.
So shall I stop sharing or there is a question answer session?
You can stop sharing, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I present? I'm Pavan. I guess as per the schedule, I'm the second one.
Yes, sir. Next presenter is Mr. Pavan Kumar.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
University, Mumbai.
So is my screen visible?
Yes, sir. Screen visible.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I'm Pavan Kumar. I'm a research scholar with Amity Business School, Amity University, Maharashtra. So my research topic is on pilot study on diversification and digital strategy deployed by Payments Bank in India, various adoption trends. With respect to the presentation, I'll start with keywords, introduction, literature review, the objective, methodology, findings, implications, limitations, and conclusion. The keywords basically the Payments Bank, digital strategy, diversification strategy, pilot study, financial inclusion. In fact, RBI, when they actually came out with the first set of banking licenses, which actually gave rise to new age private sector banks like HDFC, ICICI, Axis Bank, the objective that time was to bring in the efficiency, customer service, and competition. In fact, newer set of banking licenses were given, wherein Payments Bank have been created with the likes of the Paytms, the India Post, the NSDL Payments Bank, the Jio, and Fino and Airtel. In fact, this particular paper basically elaborates on RBI coming up with innovative models like Payments Bank to get the financial inclusion done. With respect to the Payments Bank, they are basically into the liability section of the bank, wherein they can open the savings account, current account. They can help with the micro ATM, DMT, the Aadhaar-enabled payment services, as well as the utility bill payment services. The research objective is to determine diversification and digital strategy contribution in terms of differentiation and performance in service delivery, and to also find out the effectiveness of Payments Bank as a successful business model. Research questions are, how is Payments Bank as a model is successful? And how does diversification and digital strategy contribution in terms of differentiation and performance in service delivery? We did some research, the literature review, and we found gaps which have been categorized into the geographical gap, wherein much of research has not been done with respect to Indian population level. Hence, we have started off with this. The evidence gap, per se, wherein banking services adoption as well as digital and financial inclusion gaps are prevalent when comparison being made across urban, rural, and semi-urban areas. Hence, evidence-based research is also required, we found. Then population gap, the past studies were being done on limited number of respondents, hence lack of generalization. So again, with respect to the time gap, since Payments Bank is a recent model, so there have been a very limited research done on this particular piece. So the time gap. With respect to the methodology adopted, we, for the primary research on the study, we, from the user as well as the employee perspective, we did a pilot study to find out the effectiveness of the study tools before the final rollout. So in terms of the pilot study, we used the sample size of around 210 respondents. The study was conducted on convenient sampling mode. And with respect to the analysis, we used the PLS as well as the SPSS 17 software. As part of the analysis, ma'am, we did a validity and reliability check. The primary of that is the Cronbach alpha computation. So pilot study analysis on internal consistency basically stands at around 0.79 to 0.91, which basically confirms consistency to go ahead with final study. Similar is the case with the composite reliability, wherein the overall, it basically ranges from 0.9 to 0.97. Again, it is within the acceptable limit. We also did a badness of fit test as well as convergent validity. Again, with respect to convergent validity, the ranges were from 0.61 to 0.84, which is within acceptable limit. As part of the SRMR, which stands for Standardized Root Mean Square Residual, which is again an indicator of whether the researcher's model captures the data. Again, the final result is 0.11, which makes the model perfectly fit. These are some of the three hypotheses which we went ahead with. The diversification strategy does not contribute significantly to performance of Payments Bank. Digital strategy does not contribute to the final performance as well as delivery of Payments Bank. And Payments Bank as a model is not successful. With respect to the beta value, 0.22, 0.165, 0.237, again, the null hypothesis was rejected, and there was a positive association which we observed basis the analysis. These are some of the data pointers, ma'am, as part of the percentage analysis or demographic analysis. What we found is that almost 70% of the respondents, they were age below the age of 40. In terms of the place of residence, almost close to 80% resided in semi-urban as well as rural centers. When we asked about if they were aware about the Payment Bank or they were as a model, So almost 80% of the respondents were fully aware about that, as well as almost 19.5% somewhat aware. Then with respect to the digital usage, in fact, we asked whether you will prefer going into the branch or you will prefer using a digital banking channel. Almost what we found is that 90% of the respondent were okay with that. Then in terms of the average monthly transaction value, again, 65% of the total respondent had a monthly transaction value less than 10,000. The implications, ma'am, it will actually help all the stakeholders, including financial institutions, policymakers, and regulators, as well as the payments bank are one of the convenient mode to transact and are increasingly becoming very popular given the adoption of technology. With respect to the limitations, in fact, the available data seems inadequate as at product level across variant details were not available to present analysis. Also, business across different customer segments like SME, migrant population, low income household picture was not available, and detailed analysis could not be undertaken due to paucity of data.
Your presentation time is over. Yeah.
Ma'am, okay, this is the last slide. So with respect to the conclusion, the digital service, what we found is that Payments Bank as a model faced many challenges in its pursuit of this goal, and important among them are the financial constraints that they face due to the limited revenue stream of the current operating model. And Payments Bank does not have a single different product available to attract and retain customers. Hence, they have to compete with both large and small public and private banks to make a place for themselves. Last, digital initiatives undertaken to reach out to masses and behavior of targeted segments to be studied is different from the other traditional financial asset. So it's a sophisticated study using a large variety of tools is highly required. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Pavan, I need to ask you one question.
Yes, ma'am.
In your research design, who are your sample respondents?
Ma'am, all the payment bank user, as well as we also reached out to the payments bank internal staff as well.
Okay. So because as you have compared the diversification and digital strategy and done the pilot study, so don't you feel that this customer perspective alone or the staff perspective alone, can it make justice to the topic? Because you're talking about
ultimately,
yeah.
Oh, sure, ma'am.
Yeah, you're talking about diversification, so I'm asking you.
Perfect. So in terms of diversification, ma'am, ultimately we also wanted, because end of the day, all the staffs are only selling the payments bank product. So and they are competing with the other traditional banks as well. So in terms of diversification, are they having enough product and services to compete? So that was one of the pointers that we discussed. That's where the internal staff, we reached out to them as well. With respect to the adoption pieces in terms of digital service, because ultimate user base was the end customer. So hence we reached out to the customer segment as well in terms of how they found the payment bank as a model, in terms of what's the convenience, and in terms of the offering, overall offering, were they happy with that?
Okay, what was sample size?
210, ma'am, for the pilot study.
Okay, out of which how many were customers?
Ma'am, almost 55. Sorry, 55 were internal staff. The rest of almost 165 were from the customers, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Fine. No problem. Thank you.
Thanks, ma'am. Thank you.
Next presenter is Miss Vijay Rajput, ma'am, from Neville Wadia Institute of Management Studies and Research.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Let's start with your presentation.
Yes. Okay. So the screen is visible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am.
Good afternoon to all of you. Today, I'm going to present my research work on a topic of critical review of Atmanirbhar Bharat opportunities. We have to be discuss the various opportunities and challenges. So, this research work I have to be done with my research guide, that is a Dr. Payal Samdarya. So under in that research paper, I'm working on Atmanirbhar Bharat. I'm studying the Atmanirbhar Bharat is one of the important initiative that are to be taken by the government of India, which aim at promoting the domestic production, reducing the dependence of the on the other countries. So basically, if you have to be thinking that reducing the import level and making the self-sufficient and self-reliant in our Indian economy. This research papers give you a depth information regarding the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, which are to be taken by government of India and its historical context that we have to be discussed. The policy measure which are to be made by the government of India. Apart from this, we have to be discuss some of the opportunities and challenges regarding with this. The discussion about the potential impact, what are to be occur in what are to be positive impact as well as some of the negative impact, but most of the positive impact that we have to be discussed under in this paper. So this research paper also discuss the opportunities and challenges associated with the self-reliant India, the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, including the availability of a skilled human capital, the infrastructural development which are need to be from developing to the which are going to be from the developed state to the developing state to the developed state, and the regulatory framework for implementing the Atmanirbhar campaign. The Indian government also need to focus on the skill, human capital, infrastructure development, thinking about the various investment avenue, regulatory framework for implementing an age of doing the businesses or manufacturing sector. So overall, in brief, I have to be discussed that research paper provided a comprehensive and critical understanding of the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative and its potential impact on the Indian economy. So in reference, the research paper, the Atmanirbhar Bharat as knows that it is a new version of a Make in India mission, which is to be launched or announced by our Honorable Prime Minister on 12th May 2020 with a new vision and a new objective to make the India as a self-sufficient and a self-reliant. So the COVID-19 pandemic has to be occur in that to mitigate the negative impact of a COVID-19 which are to be occur on the our Indian economy. So this Atmanirbhar Bharat mission plays a very important role to make the India self-sufficient and self-reliant, to engage all the sector and to give them a new opportunities to the people by installing a new hope and a zeal of the environment. Apart from this, to engage all the Atmanirbhar Bharat engage all the fields which give the platform for performing the opportunities to boost our economic during the financial crisis, financial or as well we have to be say that economic crisis which have to be occur in the COVID-19. So that type of recovery. So that's why the Atmanirbhar Bharat plays a very important role. So for conducting this research, my research are to be mainly based on a secondary data. So I have to be refer the data from the various research paper. I have read journals, newspaper, articles. In that to make the self-sufficient, that Atmanirbhar Bharat is a self-sufficient which help to boost our Indian economy from the financial crisis which have to be occur. So directly linked with the industry, it may be directly linked with the industrialization of the technical field, medical field, scientific discipline to boost our economy. Apart from this, I have to be discussed on the educational policy. The national education policy suggests some of the radical reform in the educational structure which help the student educationalists to find out the solution which are of the upcoming challenges or the problem and the opportunities for the growth. So to provide, I am also to be studied under in that the MSME or the manufacturing sector, which include the credit support, marketing support, technological upgradation which are need to be developed while you have to be thinking about from the developing to develop to goes from the develop phase, to contribute into the sustainable development of our country regarding various climate issues are to be occur, to reduce the dependency of one country on the another. That the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme is not only generate the entrepreneurship scope but also generate a new employment opportunities to the people to live their life in a better way. Most of the rural area or the village people that we have to be need to be focused more on from going to that The study also focuses on the economic, social, legal aspect of the Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme for analyzing the economic condition of a country and need a social reform which is helpful for the growth perspective, and a legal issue which is for the successful implementation of the
And your
scheme.
5 minutes
So the
are over
hello,
presentation. Your
hello.
5 minutes are over, ma'am.
Oh, this is my objective to just giving 2 minutes more for the finalization.
Okay.
Yes. So this is my objective to analyze the various aspects of Atmanirbhar Bharat, to study the opportunities and challenges on the way of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, to study the problem which are to be encountered and provide a suggestion. So these are my research methodology for conducting the research. The opportunities, that are the opportunities which were to be observed, that focuses on our making a self-sufficient and self-reliant India. The further the challenges that I have to be studied while from the secondary data, I have to be studied the challenges and opportunities. There are some of the measures which I need to be find out during the study that I have to be conducted, that I have to be studied under in that. So finally, the conclusion from my slide is that the research paper also provide a comprehensive overview of the scheme of Atmanirbhar Bharat and its potential favorable impact on the Indian economy with regard to the opportunities and challenges and measure to be adopted to recover the issues. The discussion of the opportunities and challenges associated with the self-reliant India, including the availability of a skilled human capital, infrastructure development, and regulatory framework for implementing the Atmanirbhar Bharat campaign. It also concludes that the initiative have the potential and promote the relentlessness of there is some of the potential challenges which need to be addressed. The Indian government also need to focus on skill human infrastructural development, thinking about the various investment avenue, regulatory framework for implementing the aims of doing the business. We need to take into consideration the balanced approach that take into account the opportunities and challenges associated with the initiative, and overall that study or the research paper provide a comprehensive and critical understanding of the initiative which are to be taken by the government of India and potential impact on the Indian economy and a global trade. So I summarize my presentation. It is too short, but thank you from it is all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You can stop sharing your screen, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Mr. Harbans Singh from Sri Guru Granth Sahib World University.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good
Am I
afternoon.
visible? Ma'am, am I visible, Harbans Singh?
No, sir. Yes,
No.
sir. Now it's visible. Yeah.
Visible? Okay, ma'am. I want to permission of my honorable judge for represent myself. Please allow.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. My topic is India 2025 Vision, Challenge and Roadmap to Become 5 Trillion Economy. India has set a lofty goal for itself to become 5 trillion economy by 2025. Economists disagrees about whether the goal is practical or achievable for country. According to the IMF, India current nominal GDP rate is 2.9 trillion as of April 2019, with a goal of 5 trillion economy in 5 years. India is expected to grow at an annual rate of 11% between 2014 and 2019. India had the fastest growth rate, averaging 7.7%, and was considered as the world's fastest growing country. Several key structural reforms such as demonetization GST implementation, digitization and e-government have assailed the economy's growth. With a bold goal of mind, India intends to grow GDP to 5 trillion by 2025. India has set a lofty goal for itself by 2025. It wants to build its GDP 5 trillion. This is not merely a significant economic milestone, but also a radical step toward long-term growth and development. The aforementioned objective is stated by the government highlights India's desire to strengthen its standing in the international economic arena by capitalizing on its substantial demographic, divided technology backgrounds, and a range of structural modification intend to augment efficiency and promotes creativity. Reaching this goal will not only mean that the economy has doubled from where it was in 2019, but also that India has become a major player in the world economy, affecting global economy dynamic and making a substantial contribution to growth on a worldwide scale. India economy journey between underwent key phase between 2014 and 2019 with strong growth rate that cemented the country's status as the fastest growing major economy. In the world, India GDP grew by 7.7% annually on average throughout these years, exceeding the growth rates of many major and rising nations and demonstrating the country's growth. Economic might internationally, the government significant structure changed and combination of the favorable demographic trend are responsible for this expectational economy tragedy. The Make in India campaign, which encouraged both local and multinational companies produce their goods in India, significantly boosted the manufacturing sector. The initiatives of goal was the establish India as a worldwide powerhouse for manufacturing. Together with this, there were initiatives to improve the textile sector, which has long been a pillar of the Indian economy, employing millions of people and making a substantial contribution to export revenue. There has been a noticeable slowdown in the Indian economy recently with a major recession that started in April 2019.
So your presentation.
I am concluding within a minute, madam. A 5 trillion economy is not just a target number. It represents India's ambitions to raise its profile internationally and raise the standard of living for its people. The strategy plan that strikes a balance between long-term sustainable growth initiative and short-term recovery activities is necessary to achieve this aim. This entails creating an atmosphere that supportive of commerce and innovation, improving worker competencies to satisfy the need of a contemporary economy and utilization technology to boost output. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Our next presenter is Ms. Jyoti Yadav from Indira Gandhi University, Mirpur, Rewari. You can stop sharing your screen, sir.
ये कितने चला गया यार, खोलिए इन दोबारा। वो भी काट देना नहीं, वो कर देना। शेयरिंग
Ms. Jyoti Yadav, you can start sharing your screen.
किन्ने बोले वो 6 मिनट
2 मिनट ऊपर हो गए।
7 मिनट ਹੋਏ ਕਿ 7:30 7
पूरे वो शुरू करता सीगा 7 मिनट हो गए पूरे, बस 2 मिनट ऊपर हुए।
5 ਤੇ 1:30 2 ਮਿੰਟ।
Yes, Ms. Jyoti Yadav. Is she present? Is she present? Next presenter is Mr. Prakash Kundani
Yes, ma'am.
from Jananayak Chandrasekhar University, Balia.
Yes, ma'am.
UP.
Yes, ma'am. May I start, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you can start sharing your screen, sir. Yeah.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, the screen is visible, but you can just share it in the full screen mode, sir. Slideshow.
Yes, ma'am. I have done it. I've started in full screen mode, ma'am.
Okay, sir. You can continue.
Yes. First of all, thanks to all the coordinators for giving me opportunity to present a paper here. My title for this seminar, Vision, Mission, Roadmap and Challenges with respect to India $5 trillion economy in 2025. As we know, for meeting out this dream, the government and our industry needs funds, and it is possible only through the tax play a very important role for meeting out this need. So I have opted this topic regarding this seminar. We know that the taxpayer would like to pay tax only when he sees that he is getting a direct benefit through it, and it is very convenient for him to calculate tax and pay tax. Even he also wants to reduce its legal tax liability. So through this paper, I've discussed the important how we could reduce our tax liability. There are various points through which an SSC could make tax planning and reduce good tax liability. And in this series, one important step taken by our Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman, that the SSCs have two options, the old regime and the new regime for calculating their tax and file their ITR. So, but now it makes confused to the SSC that which tax regime they must opt, whether old or new. So we know that tax planning is an art, so it's not an easy thing to decide which option is better for them to reduce their tax liability and to conveniently calculate their tax liability. So here, through the help of secondary data and through the tax laws, I've tried to solve this issue. There are, we could say that some of the, because it is very new, because in 2022, this options have been given. So there are some few researchers in this regard. We know that sometimes tax authority think that the SSC does not want to pay tax, that's why they are hiding something. On the other hand, the SSA thinks that that the government is taking hard-earned money with their hands. So here we will discuss in a nutshell that in case of new tax regime, we could see that there are various slab rates, like up to 3 lakh it is nil, and 3 to 6, 5%, then 6 to 9, 10%, 12 to 15, 20%, 9 to 12, 15, 25, and then 30. And in case of old tax regime, we have very less slab rates. The 4 slab nil, 5, 20, and 30. So through this, we could see that we have option in case of new tax regime to reduce tax liability through this reduced tax rates, as we have various slabs in case of new tax regime. Some of the authors have taken this consideration, they have done their research, and through my research, I have done research by taking some cases for solving this issue, and which factors makes impact on this selection. I have taken descriptive research methodology for my research. I have taken secondary data for my research. We know that while the finance minister introduced this new tax regime, they have issued 4 important points. One is reduced tax slab rates, as we have seen in the previous table. Again, the tax exemption limit have been reduced from have been increased from 2.5 lakh to 3 lakh in case of new tax regime. Again, we have seen that the tax rebate under section 87A have been raised from 5 lakh to 7 lakh in the case of new tax regime. And again, in case of high net worth individual who have an income of more than 5 crore.
So presentation time is over, sir. It was for 5 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. In nutshell, although we have option to reduce our tax liability through the reduced tax liability in new tax regime, but we have very less deductions available in case of new tax regime. We have only standard deduction under section 16. We have 80CCD2 in case of employee contribution to NPS, and 80JJAA in case of employment of new employees in our organization. But 17 exemption have been removed by the tax authority in case of new tax regime. So for this purpose, I have taken break-even analysis from financial management perspective. If we know the break-even point of our tax liability, because with the help of deductions, or in case of old regime, we are able to reduce our tax liability. So suppose if SSC have an income of 5 lakh, so in both the cases, whether old or new, we could see that tax liability is nil. But if the income of that SSC exceed that 5 lakh rupees, so in case of old tax regime, the SSC must have some deductions. Like in case of if we have income like 6 lakhs, so he must have a deduction of 1 lakh for making it break even. If he have an income of 7 lakh, then he must have a deduction of rupees 2 lakh for making it break even. So if we know our break even point, it means the point where tax liability of both SSCs are same, then would be able to take decision.
So time is over,
Yes.
sir. Can you
Okay,
conclude it now?
Okay, ma'am. So with the help of this,
Can you quickly show me your result slide?
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Comparison which you were talking about.
Yes, ma'am. I'm talking about yes. I've taken different series of income, and we could see that if suppose if in case of case 1, if we see could here that income SSC have income of 10 lakh.
So just show me your slide of comparison, the result of your research slide.
Yes, ma'am. Through this I have made comparison. Yes.
So your slide is not changing. It's just showing the title slide.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, sorry.
You just play the
but I have-
slideshow. It's not presenting
I shared, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'm moving it maybe due to network.
Okay, fine, sir. Fine, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. If we are able to identify the break-even point, we are able to take decision. If an SSE have a deduction more than the break-even point, then the old tax regime will be beneficial for him. But if his available deduction is less than the break-even point, then in case of new tax regime will be beneficial for the SSE. So we must decide we must decide as per the situation how much deduction is available in case of our hand and at which slab rate we falls. So on this basis, an SSE could take their rational decision and they could reduce their tax liability, and government will be happy by getting proper tax benefit
Can
from
you just
each and every
conclude
difference.
it now? It's already 10 minutes now.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thanks, ma'am.
You can stop sharing your screen.
Sure, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Mrs. Baljinder Bajwa from GNDU University, Amritsar, Punjab.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all. My presentation subject is boosting citizenship behavior through service quality. What matters most, citizen satisfaction or citizen trust? So let's begin with the introduction.
Ma'am,
The dynamic
change your slide? It's not in a slideshow mode. Can you just make it in a slideshow mode?
Ma'am, it's already in the slideshow mode.
No. But your slides are not changing, ma'am. It is static. It is just showing your first slide, title slide. Now, yeah. Yes,
Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes, yes.
The dynamic relationship among service quality, satisfaction, and trust is crucial in the service sector, leading to significant impact on effective management as well as on the customer relationship. In the constant changing service industry, the success now largely depend on the continuous dedication to provide high quality service. Customer satisfaction and trust are those attributes that many managers in service organization would gladly claim to strive for in their customer. Even managing customer satisfaction and trust is essential for service providers since it leads to customer results that are beneficial to the company, such as commitment and repurchase behavior. Several studies have undertaken to specify the relationship between service evaluation variable of satisfaction and trust, as well as predicted implication of these variables on behavior intention outcomes. However, the present study contribute to the customer citizenship behavior literature by investigating the applicability of satisfaction, trust, and citizenship relationship to users of digital public service who have not previously been studied within the CCSB framework. So in order to examine citizen voluntary performance behavior in digital service delivery, the study adapted the concept of customer voluntary performance behavior based on the CCB. Customer citizenship behavior generally refers to the customer's action that go above and beyond what they typically do in exchange relationship. These behaviors are typically option and do not constitute the part of anticipated role script. Similar to CCB, customer voluntary performance behavior refers to the unspecified voluntary action that go above and beyond the requirement of the role. This kind of behavior is totally a matter of personal choice, and its omission is not generally regarded as a punishable. The study adapted the conception of CCB in regard to CVP performance, which comprise the behavior of advocacy, participation, and helping behavior in support of the effort made by the government to deliver high service quality. Thus, CVP is included as a variety of action that show various kind of reciprocating good treatment. These are the review of literature related to my study. Then coming to the research gap, as already stated by Nitin sir, that the usage of information and communication technology is growing at a very fast rate. Once a minute, ma'am. Government all over the world are also
services to their citizens through e-governance. Indian government is spending a lot of money on e-governance projects, but still these projects are not successful in all part of India. Citizens still rely on traditional concept of brick and mortar for availing government services that hinder the success of these e-governance initiatives. The success and the real benefit of these initiatives will realize only when the citizen adopt and use these services. One solution for all these problems is to promote the voluntary performance behavior among citizens. The importance of citizenship behavior even has been acknowledged by many researchers. For example, the Saya et al. 2017 stated that service organization must engage customers in voluntary behavior if they are to achieve the optimal outcome. Thus, government needs to better understand the factors that really motivate such behavior in online settings. This is my research model. The objective of my study is to study the impact of service quality on citizen satisfaction and citizen trust, to examine the impact of citizen satisfaction and citizen trust on citizen voluntary performance behavior. Research methodology related to my study: to collect the data from the respondents, structured questionnaire has been used. The target respondents were the Punjab e-governance service users. The questionnaires were handed to 650 people who went to the Suvidha Kendra where potential users were anticipated to appear. The data was collected through purposive sampling technique and analyzed through the PLS-SEM. The questionnaire was rated on a 7-point Likert scale. Next, move to the data analysis. In PLS-SEM, the analysis commenced with the measurement model, which is also known as the outer model. In measurement model, we assess the reliability, which is assessed through the Cronbach alpha and composite reliability, while the validity is through the conversion and the discriminant validity.
Ma'am, your presentation time is over. 5 minutes are over.
Ma'am, just for a few minutes, I'm just concluding it. These are the result of my studies. As all the values are within the threshold limit with respect to the reliability and the validity also. When we come to the structure model, it also stated that it supported the hypothesis. Okay, I just concluded. So basically the results of my study, they stated that the study indicate that the quality of the service has a notable impact on the satisfaction of citizens. This research highlight how crucial it is to deliver high quality service that cultivate higher level of customer satisfaction that are sustained over time. Additionally, the study demonstrated that trust was positively impacted by the quality of service. However, it is worth noting that the impact of service quality on citizen trust is significantly higher as compared to the citizen satisfaction. This is clearly from the value of F-scale and R-scale, which is given in the analysis section. Trust is a reflection of favorable experience that has persistent over time as opposed to the transaction satisfaction, which can be fleeting. Relationship building on trust tend to be deeper and long-lasting as compared to the satisfaction alone. Results also showed that citizenship behavior in online government services is influenced positively by satisfaction and trust. Again, as verified by the F-scale value, the influence of citizens' trust on demonstrating advocacy, helping behavior, and participation is once again significantly higher than the impact on the citizen satisfaction. Now, concluding to my study, this study adopted the concept of customer citizenship behavior to comprehensively study citizen voluntary performance behavior in case of government citizen services. The research model developed in this study serves as a foundation for the future research on citizenship behavior. The results showed that the significant impact of service quality construct on satisfaction, trust, along with the citizenship behavior construct. Interestingly, the finding demonstrated that citizen trust play much more dominant influence on citizenship behavior as compared to the citizen satisfaction. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next presenter is, you can stop sharing your screen, ma'am.
Any query, ma'am?
I could not see your model although, but ultimately what you said that trust is having more impact on citizenship behavior as compared to satisfaction.
Yes, ma'am.
Two values, whichever you have spoken of. Okay.
Ma'am, Cohen's F-scale on the basis of Cohen's F-scale and R-scale value.
Okay, fine.
Okay, you can stop sharing your screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Dr. Kajal Bhojwani, ma'am, from CHM College, Ulhasnagar.
Good afternoon, one and all.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yeah.
Is the screen visible?
मीना आंटी आ जाओ
Yes,
Is the
ma'am.
screen visible?
आ जाओ
Baljinder, ma'am, can you just?
Good afternoon, one and all. This is Dr. Kajal Bojwani from CHM College. My topic for today is enhancing sustainability in fast fashion, AI-driven circular economy strategies for waste reduction and product life cycle optimization. Imagine a thriving India, a $5 trillion economy pulsating with potential, but beneath the vibrant color, a hidden cost lurks, the environment and ethical shadow of fast fashion. Can we unlock growth without sacrificing our people and planet? Today, we explore a path forward, where fast fashion fuels India's economic engine powered by circular economic fuel. The vibrant world of fast fashion, known for its trendy styles and affordability, faces a stark reality: mountains of textile waste and a significant environmental footprint in the form of pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, and microplastics. These are some of the, before we enter into the harm that the fast fashion industry is creating, let us have a look at the potential of the textile industry. A snapshot of the textile industry is presented here. According to various reports which I have analyzed, the textile industry's contribution to India's GDP is 7%. It employs almost 45 million directly and indirectly into various sectors and segments relating to textile industry. And in the year 21-22 alone, the exports from textile industry were around $39 billion. And as far as it rightly aligns to our theme of the conference today, it is projected to become a 100 billion industry by 2025, and it has the potential to create 30 million new jobs and contribute to the $250 billion to GDP by 2025. This is as per the FICCI report 2022. The fast fashion industry startling facts. Overall value of this particular industry is $120 billion market, and it is expected to reach to $72.2 billion by 2027. It is growing at an annual rate of 15%, which is more than the overall growth of the apparel market. However, the environment impact cannot be undermined. 20% of the global wastewater and 10% of the carbon emissions come basically from the fast fashion industry, and it is generating 92 million tons of textile waste annually, and India contributes significantly to it. This is the harsh picture of the fast fashion industry, the cost of what we are paying for using fast fashion into our daily lives. And the statistics are of the year 2019, and the sources which are used are World Bank, UNEP report, Ellen MacArthur Foundation report, etc. The potential solution to these problems emerges in the form of the circular economy. This model envisages a closed loop system where products and materials retain their values, minimize waste, and maximizing resource use. And when it is applied to fast fashion, it means designing clothes which can be used for longevity, utilizing recycled materials, and implementing efficient recycling and upcycling practices. But how do we achieve this vision? Artificial intelligence. This is a powerful technology which has the potential to revolutionize every stage of the fast fashion cycle. The research question thus poses is that how these AI-driven strategies can be harnessed to empower a circular economy, paving the way for a more sustainable and responsible future for our planet. And the research objectives of my study are to analyze the potential of AI-powered strategies which can be used in fostering circular economies within fast fashion industries, particularly focusing on waste reduction and product life cycle optimization. But besides this, it also aims to assess the economic, environmental, and social benefits of implementing these strategies. The hypothesis for the study is that implementing these strategies are significantly going to reduce the vast waste generation, and the product life cycle optimization can be achieved compared to the traditional methods. And another hypothesis is that it will demonstratively improve economic profitability, sustainability, and social responsibility as compared to the current system. There were various studies. I had made an overview in the form of a table which talks about the use of technologies for circularity in fashion, the opportunities and the challenges which the consumers are facing, and right. However, diverse approaches to address the fashion industry sustainability challenges are being highlighted. However, there remains a gap in specifically analyzing the AI-powered strategies for waste reduction and the product lifecycle optimization. There's a lack of adequate studies in understanding the potential of these studies within the fast fashion industry. The research
presentation time is over for 5 minutes.
The research adopts a systematic review approach and qualitative analysis is being used. Descriptive analysis and lot of articles from the Scopus databases have been used. I will quickly come to the results. Since I have done the qualitative analysis, it gives us a magnitude of the textile waste and the fast fashion spatial footprints. However, if the AI's potential in the form of AI algorithms and using AI robotics methods to design sustainable material selection. Similarly, automated sorting softwares can be used. Similarly, AI-driven platforms can connect consumers, wherein the average lifespan of the garment can be increased by 2.5 years. And hence, we can say that the implications are multifaceted. It results into economic benefits, the environmental impact, and the social responsibility. And however, the underlying challenges cannot be undermined. And I would like to conclude. Before I conclude, I would like to present a framework for enhancing the AI-enabled circularity. If there are 4 basic things which are used, multi-pronged AI integration in the form of tools, what we talked about. Similarly, it also requires stakeholders collaboration, ethical considerations, and continuous improvements. All these tools together can lead to enhanced circularity. The research paints a stark picture of the fast fashion industry's environmental footprints. However, the potential economic benefits by integrating the AI cannot be undermined. However, ethical and accessibility challenges necessitate careful considerations for responsible and equitable implementation. Thus, by addressing the framework provides a starting point for implementing these AI-driven circular economy strategies. Let us weave together the threads of ambition, innovation, and responsibility, crafting a roadmap for future where fashion flourishes in harmony with India's 2025 vision. Thank you, one and all.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, you can stop sharing your screen, ma'am. Our next presenter is Mrs. Shamli Sharma from University School of Business, Chandigarh University.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can start sharing your screen. Yes, ma'am, you can start sharing your screen.
Just a second, ma'am. I think there is some issue. Is the presentation visible, ma'am?
No, ma'am. Just I can see your screen, the file location you have saved.
I think there is some technical issue. I'll try sharing it again. Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Shall I start?
Yes, ma'am, you can start.
Okay, my topic for the current paper is AI adoption in banking, a step towards the US $5 trillion economy. The objective of my study is to focus on the exploring role of artificial intelligence in the Indian banking sector concerning the vision of US $5 trillion Indian economy. The study concentrates on the rationalizing AI adoption across the banking sector and its implication for the Indian economy. The research methodology which I have used, that is qualitative in nature, and the literature is retrieved from the various journals indexed in Scopus, Web of Science, and Google Scholar. And I have also explored the data from the different websites. And according to my finding of the study, according to the study, Indian economy is want to expand from 1 trillion to 2 trillion in 2014, which was less than in a decade, and the next 7 years to reach under $5 trillion. But in the year 2019, the Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, envisaged making India a $5 trillion economy, $5 trillion economy by 2024 and 25. But for this, it is very important to focus on the key sector of the economy, that is banking sector. And for making India economic mammoth, India is opting for multiple strategy for the growth of banking sector. Technology adoption is the very important aspect in this regard, and AI enabled technology are a valuable step for the digitization and other banking services. The AI enabled systems are more efficient with the potential increase in revenue. AI featured with banking services make the sector more customer focused and technology head. And one of the report of McKinsey said that banking and finance will grow about $1 trillion high with the potential of AI. And AI is estimated to increase the $967 billion to the economy and approximately $450 to 500 billion to Indian GDP by 2025. And it would be considering for 10% of the approximate target of $5 trillion GDP. The AI tool which have been used in Indian banking sectors are AI supported ATMs, chat system, chat assistants, chatbots.
Shamli ma'am, can you just present your slide in the slideshow mode? Your slides are not moving. Or just click on the arrows and then change the slides. Yeah.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
You have to click and then you have to show, ma'am. Yes. It's visible, but your slides are not changing. So just click on the slide which you are presenting and then you can present your presentation.
Okay, ma'am, I'm doing it right now. I'm clicking it. Is it visible now?
Yeah, ma'am, it's visible now.
Okay. The AI based tools which are used in banking sector are AI based ATMs, chat assistant, chatbots, conversational banking, robots, virtual assistant, automated compliance, digitalization, automation, mobile apps, credit assessment, fraud and risk management. And basically, the finding of our study is that AI adoption can contribute towards the banking sector for achieving the goal of becoming $5 trillion economy in the following way. Like if we adopt AI, then there could be better operational efficiency because it will give the opportunity to automate the routine task, and it will handle the customer inquiries, data entry in a very less manual interventions, and it will reduce the cost and as well as allocate the resources more effectively in some other way. Intensify risk management. AI enabled analytics can help the bank to assess credit risk in a better way, along with the detection of fraudulent activities, identify potential issues related with compliance. That is why it will strengthen the risk management for the banks. And the third is personalized customer experiences. With AI adoption, the bank can understand the behavior patterns and individual preferences, and bank can propose personalized customer specific product suggestion and financial advice, which will lead to the enhanced satisfaction and loyalty to the customer. And fourth is quick decision making. The another finding of the study is that AI enabled algorithms can make a better and quick decisions, and different issues like sanctioning bank loans, analyzing investment opportunity, or facing marketing challenges, etc., can rapidly be and with increasing speed can be handled, and it will change the economic conditions as well. And innovation and new revenue streams. AI encourage innovation by creating advanced financial product ranging from algorithms, trading, and robo advisors to chatbots. AI supported solution open the new path for revenue generation and business opportunity in the banking sector, ultimately leading towards the economic growth. And the sixth is financial inclusion. AI supported technology like mobile banking and digital wallets help the rural and remote area customer to access financial services. With the promotion of financial inclusion, bank can revive economic activity and warrant individual and small
But your
business people.
presentation time is over. 5 minutes.
Okay.
Can
I
you
just
conclude
conclude
it?
in 1 minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Digital infrastructure would also be helpful for the banks and to lead towards international standard. The conclusion of my study is that banking sector play a very significant role in the economic growth, and AI is not only a futuristic approach but also a necessity for today and tomorrow banking. With the power of AI, bank can drive efficiency, promote financial inclusion, and foster innovation, and it will accelerate the journey towards the US dollar 5 trillion economy. However, still the full potential of a artificial intelligence is to be recognized. The future implications will be AI will help the banking sector to maintain an equitable balance between the efficiency and machine intelligence, and bank need to focus increasingly on the modern technologies. Thank you, ma'am, for listening carefully. This was all from my side.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for giving the opportunity.
Okay, you can stop sharing your screen, ma'am. Our next presenter is Mrs. Meenal Gandhi from VES College, Chembur.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes,
Can I get the permission to share my screen? I and Bharti Valecha ma'am will be presenting together.
Yes, ma'am, your screen is shared already. You can start sharing your screen. Permission is granted.
I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Just make it in a slideshow.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Yeah. So today, good afternoon to one and all. So today I'm going to talk about a descriptive study on opportunity, challenges, and strategies for the development of capital market in Indian economy. Okay, we are three co-presenters. Let me start with a quote by Naved Abdali. He says that in the investment world, greed and fear are the lifebloods. Without these, there would be no economy, no capital market, and no transaction. So my major focus today for the paper is on capital markets, because we have seen that capital market plays a very vital role in providing a lot of financial resources, and it is the fastest growing wealth management market. A lot of brokerage firms, as you can see on the bottom, has been growing in India. Not only in India, but globally also they are highly competing. The study emphasizes more on the growth of capital market as one of the important sectors in the Indian economy, which help to fulfill Indian vision of 2025 to become a $5 trillion economy. That is how we contemplate our main topic with the current situation of our today's conference. Okay, the major people who are contributing for this immense growth is the basic change in the Indian stock market and the outlook with which we are growing. The second emphasis is that we are the highest populated country, and therefore we have a lot of young Indian investors. Also, it shows that lot of growth in mutual fund market. It also shows that we have a lot of foreign investment, institutional investors, as well as FDIs coming into our country. Okay.
Our objectives of study are to know the contemporary landscape of the Indian capital market and to study the key market segments, challenges faced by capital market. And third objective is to understand the role of government initiative and regulatory environment in the Indian capital market. Our research methodology, research is based on purely on the secondary data. Hence, it is called as a descriptive research, which we have collected from various government websites and various published government reports.
Our results, we have focused on three different strata, that is opportunities, challenges, and strategies of these capital market. So let me tell you what are the opportunities that we have as in capital market. There is an economic growth which shows a remarkable hit of $4.75 trillion in a month of January 2024, as per the reports of BSE. We have demographic dividend, that is a lot of young minds investing, and therefore a lot of increased savings and investment, which has gone up to $35 trillion economy. Global integration has attracted a lot of foreign capital expertise. Technological advancement, we are seeing a lot of AI and digital platforms coming up. Policy initiative like Atmanirbhar Bharat, financial inclusion, several regulatory revisions, regulations 2024 have alternatively, also the alternative investment fund have increased the policies initiatives given by the government. We have IPOs in India, which are crossing around $22 billion in 2021, which has now become around 3.26 trillion in 2023. So these are the upgrowing opportunities that we have, and we need to grab those.
Now we look to the challenges which is faced by our Indian capital market. First, that is a lack of potential financial literacy. Our major of the population, that is significant portion of the population, is male lacking to understand, aware about still the capital market. Though we have the very much growing capital market, but it is not aligning with still our global context. And we are lacking in the infrastructure and regulatory bottlenecks which need to be improved. And there are various volatility and risks which are associated with the capital market. That is also one of the challenge. And we have the corporate governance issue, which is need to be building up investor confidence and addressing the issues related to our corporate governance. And inflation is a major challenge, which is stopping to the growth of capital market. And foreign policy and education and unemployment, these are the various challenges which are lacking.
So the third part that we have covered is strategies to overcome these challenges. The major strategies that we can see is fostering innovation and technology in trading, then leveraging big data for market surveillance, inclusive growth and financial inclusion, policy innovations for SMEs. Also, we have a lot of startups coming in, Atmanirbhar Bharat, which has already been implemented by the government. Debt markets are growing. Financial education and awareness are being created by various bodies into the system. Regulatory reforms are taking place, which are being done by SEBI on regular basis. Not only that, there are a lot of technological adoption, like we have AI in investment, lot of courses which are also being given to students. We also have diversification of financial instruments. So we don't stay to only one instruments like checkbooks and all that for banking instruments or shares, but we have grown up and we have come out with a lot of mutual funds and their categories.
So our future of the capital market.
Ma'am, your presentation time is over. 5 minutes.
Yes, madam. We are concluding. Our future of the capital market is shaped by the various factors, that is the technological advancement, regulatory frameworks, globalization, and ESG, that is environmental, social, and governance investing.
Our key findings are shifting clearing system, transformation journey, market gap and global influence, capital formation and infrastructure, attracting foreign investment, financing innovation and entrepreneurship, promoting green finance, technology-driven financial inclusion, diversifying the IPO market. These are the sources through which we have collected our data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meenal ma'am and Bharti ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, you can stop sharing your screen, ma'am.
Yes.
Our next presenter is Ms. Prabhajot Kaur from Shri Guru Granth Sahib World University, Fatehgarh, Punjab. Ms. Prabhajot Kaur.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah.
A very warm good afternoon to all. Myself, Prabhajot Kaur. I'm PhD research scholar from Law from Shri Guru Granth Sahib World University. My topic is little bit different from all of you. My topic is legal developments in international human rights and legal obligations.
Sorry for interruption, but your slide is
Is
not
audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you're audible. Your slides are not visible.
Ma'am, I hadn't make any PPT.
Okay.
Is I'm audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes. So I would like to start with the introductory part. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is generally agreed to be a foundation of international human rights advocate. Adopted in 1948, the UDHR has inspired a rich body of the legal binding international human rights treaties. It continues to be an inspiration to us all, whether in addressing injustice in times of conflicts, in societies suffering repression, and in our efforts towards universal enjoyment of human rights. It represents the universal recognition that basic rights and fundamental freedoms are inherent to all human beings, inalienable and equally applicable to everyone, that every one of us is born free and equal in dignity and rights, whatever our nationality, place of residence, gender, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, language, or any other status. The international community on December 10th, 1948 made a commitment to upholding dignity and justice for all of us, foundation of our common future. Over the years, the commitment has been translated into law, whether in the forms of treaties, customary, international law, general principles, regional agreement, and domestic law, through which human rights are expressed and granted. Indeed, the UDHR has inspired more than 80 international human rights treaties and declarations, a great number of regional human rights conventions, domestic right bills, and constitutional provisions, which together constitute a comprehensive legal binding system for the promotion and protection of human rights. Building on the achievements of the UDHR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights, indeed to into force in 1976. The two covenants have developed most of the rights already enshrined in the UDHR, making them effectively binding on the states that have ratified them. They set forth every right, such as the right to life, right to work, equality before the law, freedom of expression, right to social security, education. Together with the UDHR, the covenants comprise the International Bill of Human Rights. Now the question is, how does international law protect human rights? International human rights law down obligation which states are bound to respect by becoming parties to international treaties. States assume obligations and duties under international law to respect, to protect, and to fulfill human rights. The obligation to respect means that state must refrain from interfering with or curtailing the enjoyment of human rights. The obligations to protect individuals and group against human rights abuses. The obligation to fulfill means that the state must take positive action to facilitate the enjoyment of basic human rights. How the International Bill of Human Rights arise? While the concept of human rights has existed for millennia, international human rights law wasn't established until the 1940s. It was the first time the world recognized universal human rights and laid the groundwork for the protection of those rights. That groundwork comes from the International Bills of Rights, which consist of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, two international covenants, and two protocols. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights wasn't easy process. Roosevelt, as the chair, agreed over certain elements. The USSR wanted more focus on collective rights as opposed to individual rights. By the time the vote came around in 1948, 48 countries voted in favor of 30 articles documents. 8 countries abstained, but none voted against it. All humans are born free and equal. All humans have right to freedom from discrimination, torture, and slavery. All humans are equal before the law, and our rights can't be taken away. All humans deserve equal pay for equal work in a safe environment. All humans deserve access to food, water, shelter, and education. Therefore, there are some landmark judgments. MC Mehta versus Union of India. In 1985, there was a leakage of oleum gas from one of the units of Shri Ram Food and Fertilizer Industries in Delhi, belonging to Delhi Cloth Mill Limited. In this leakage, hundreds of lives were taken. In this case, the issues were basically related to whether such hazardous industry should be allowed to be operated in such areas, and if they are allowed, whether any regulated mechanism should be evolved. However, if expressed from the human rights angle, the court held that oleum gas leakage case, a constitutional bench discussed this question at length and held that we are of the view that an enterprise which is engaged in a hazardous or inherently dangerous industry which poses a potential threat to the health and safety of the person working in a factory and residing in the surrounding areas owes an absolute and non-delegable duty to the community to ensure that no harms result to anyone of hazardous and or inherently dangerous value of the activity which has been undertaken. While concluding my paper, I would like to share the famous shloka in the Hindu mythology that goes Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinyo, Sarve Santu Niramaya, Sarve Badrani Pasyantu, ma kachudu khabavit. It means that may all sentiments being be at peace, may no one suffer from illness, may all see what is auspicious, and may no one suffer. May we get peace, peace, and peace. Although law has no religion except meeting the end of justice, we can relate that human rights are based on the principle of being of all, whether by granting justice to one or by reasonably restricting another. And as Mother Teresa said, human rights are not privilege conferred by government, they are very human beings' entitlement by virtue of his humanity. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next presenter is Mrs. Priya Chaurasia from KP Hinduja College of Commerce, Charni Road. Mrs. Priya Chaurasia, ma'am. Is she present? Priya, ma'am.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. You can start sharing your screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my PPT is visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible, but you just make it in a slideshow mode.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. You can continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Priya Chaurasia. I'm a research scholar of KPB Hinduja College of Commerce, and my PhD research guide is Dr. Subhash D'Souza, sir. My research topic is evaluating financial literacy, a perspective from the human resource development. This research paper investigates the HR perspective on the measurement of financial literacy levels among the employees, especially in MIDC Tarapur. And it also studies about the overall employee well-being. It also aims to analyze the methodologies, challenges, and implications with measuring the financial literacy of workforce members. My keywords of the research paper are human resource department, financial literacy, tax savings, and investment. While studying the topic, we found the research gap that the level of awareness about tax and understanding of the impact of taxes on investment returns was very low among the respondents. The problem of the study is lack of financial education, which creates the problem of financial instability, and due to this, it impacts the productivity of the industries. So that is why my objective of the study is to measure the level of financial literacy of employees. The hypothesis of the study is null hypothesis. There is no significant difference between education and financial literacy level of employees. The alternate hypothesis is there is a significant difference between education and financial literacy level of employees. Out of the total universe 20 companies, industries, we have selected a sample of 10 industries, which represents 50% of the universe. Sorry. Yeah. Structured questionnaire was, hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A structured questionnaire was prepared, and we have collected responses from 433, in which 10 respondents are HR managers and 423 respondents are employees. To test the null hypothesis, ANOVA table and F-test is applied. We can see that the p-value is less than the standard value. So therefore, my null hypothesis is rejected at 5% level and 1% level of significance. Therefore, my conclusion of the study is that there is a significant difference between education and financial literacy level of the employees. This is the descriptive analysis of the study, in which we can see the levels of the education of employees, the mean score of the study. Now, I would like to highlight the findings of the study. Out of 423 respondents, 81% respondents have agreed that they have clearly understanding the financial goals and objectives of their for their financial future. Then 1.2% have agreed that they have clearly understanding of the financial situation. Then 1% again, one respondents have strongly agreed that he has a overall financial strategy and he knows the importance of cash reserves in providing financial stability. Then out of 423 respondents, 399 respondents have agreed that they have prepared their they have financially prepared for unexpected events or crisis and have set their goals for their emergency funds. Then 385 respondents have agreed that they have time to familiarize themselves with the various perks, advantages, and systems offered by the organization. My next finding is that 299 respondents have agreed that it is content with the pace that at which they are currently saving money and growing their investment. Then 112 respondents have agreed that they have moderate level of tax awareness and understanding of the impact of taxes on tax and investment returns. Another finding from my study is that 59 respondents have agreed that they do not contribute maximally amount to their retirement or pension schemes due to unawareness. Then the next study is my findings is that 89% have agreed that they do not handle their own tax related matters for which they appoint the tax experts. The next findings is that 422 respondents have agreed that they actively take responsibility for tracking their day-to-day spending and financial outflows. The next finding is that 402 respondents have agreed that they have regularly balances and transactions in their bank accounts. Then 91 respondents have agreed that they have clearly understanding of various aspects of financial planning, but their awareness is not complete and comprehensive. My conclusion of the study is that it is provide that HR, financials, and professionals, leaders, what they should optimize the measurement of financial literacy within their workforce by understanding this both perspectives from the employees' perspectives and the organization's perspective. One can design the strategies to assess their and enhance their financial literacy through financial literacy programs. Then they can have their entrepreneurship programs. Then overall improving the financial literacy.
Your 5 minutes for presentation is over.
Okay. So overall financial literacy of employees can have a positive impact on Indian's economy by promoting financial stability, increasing productivity, encouraging entrepreneurship, and fostering economic inclusion. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. You can stop sharing your screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Our next presenter is Dr. Shivani Dikshit from IMS Ghaziabad University.
Yes, ma'am. Very good afternoon. Just give me a minute. I hope my screen is visible to you.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible. Just make it in a slideshow mode.
Yeah. Just a minute. Give me a minute. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Shall I start?
Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Very good afternoon. The topic of my research article is Challenges and Opportunities in Enrolling Special Education Needs Learners in Indian Government School. So this paper is all about Zen learners, and it is a review of NEP 2020. So the outline of my paper it includes introduction, theoretical framework, challenges in enrolling Zen learners in government schools, opportunities for addressing challenges, and some case studies and best practices, then conclusion and references. So inclusion of students in mainstream government schools has been a daunting challenge in the Indian school education system. Only a small portion of Zen children are enrolled in government schools. This study analyzes issues and opportunities in view of recent changes in NEP 2020, examining structural and systematic determinants impacting Zen enrollment in government schools by drawing on theoretical framework such as critical pedagogy and social model of disability, And this study particularly focuses on some questions which is into the direction of answering the obstacles to enrollment of SEN students in Indian government schools. And in the context of NEP 2020, what are the prospects for improving SEN students' enrollment and inclusion? The result of this study will provide useful information. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, sorry. So this study will provide useful information in the form of identified challenges, offering suggestions to school administrators and policymakers, create successful plans for improving Zen enrollment in government schools. So the theoretical framework behind this study includes research papers in relation to the LR, which we refer to. So that talks about inclusive education is a pedagogical approach that ensures that all students, including SEN students, have equal access to education and are provided with adequate support to participate and succeed in learning activities. For SEN students, inclusive education is a crucial as it can meet their individual learning needs, enabling them to participate fully in classroom activities. And some researchers also highlighted that inclusive education fosters excellent academic outcome, social integration, and self-esteem among SEN students. Additionally, inclusive education dispels prejudice and encourages empathy and understanding among students by fostering a climate of acceptance and variety in the classrooms. So, for the sake of removing those challenges, the challenges which are highlighted in the paper are listed like educators, parents, and legislators are the key stakeholders who face obstacles in enrolling Zen students in government school. And because of the misconception and stigma associated with these Zen students, there may be obstacle if there is insufficient knowledge and comprehension of their need, as they might not be properly identified or met. And some reports also highlighted that government schools lack required infrastructure like specialized learning material, assistive technologies, and accessible facilities. Insufficient funding may make it difficult for schools to meet unique needs of these students. Another one is lack of qualified staff, such as counselors, therapists, and special educators, capable of addressing needs of SEN students affecting their enrollment. And SEN students and their families often experience discrimination and social stigma also, and disability related prejudices and unfavorable attitude may let them, as well as their families, feel excluded and marginalized. Despite availability of inclusive education laws and policies, there might be a lack of grassroots enforcement and implementation. So above mentioned obstacles need to be addressed if we want to attain the objective of 5 trillion economy. And the opportunities which are lying here in the last slide that talks about the policymakers need to take a right step and the guidelines for promoting inclusive education and to help teachers successfully so that they can accommodate SEN students in their classroom. Professional development and training programs are required. Some community engagement programs encouraging inclusion and acceptance that has to be addressed on time. Technological development aid spatial requirements of SEN students and improve accessibility in the classroom. So that has to be addressed well. Collaboration with civil society organizations and disability rights advocates. So in case such organizations can offer expertise in advocacy, resource mobilization, and capacity building initiatives, so that can be addressed well in time. So these are some of the good practices which are adopted nearby to the region of Kerala. So which is in relation to talking about and contributing in a way these facilities successfully establishes the support services to meet the requirement like counseling, therapy, and evaluation, and developing educators' capacity by offering training courses and seminars on inclusive pedagogy. Community engagement practices are there, monitoring and assessment to evaluate success of interventions and developments are there. And some practices which we have seen and read through the periodicals are listed in the special education zone in Maharashtra. And the basic factors which are leading to the success is providing comprehensive support, that's there. The capacity building programs are also there. And some collaboration with the NGOs, government agencies, disability rights organizations, and other stakeholders to pool resources, expertise, and networks. So significant gains in Zen enrollment, retention, and academic outcome have therefore resulted through these initiatives in Maharashtra. The last level, the conclusion of this. Yeah, I'm just concluding in a minute.
Okay.
So this the conclusion of this paper talks about how can we conclude further for this, how can we have a right step so that we can be a 5 trillion economy. So to achieve these outcomes, India would need to implement policies and initiatives that prioritize inclusive education, provide adequate support and resources for Zen learners, promote inclusive hiring practices, and fostering a culture of acceptance and appreciation. So, by doing so, India can harness the full potential of its all citizens in its journey towards $5 trillion economy. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so we have ended over here with the technical session 1. You can stop sharing your ma'am screen.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have ended with the technical session 1. Now we quickly start with the technical session 2. Due to lack of time, we can't have a break. So we will be starting immediately with the technical session 2. So our next participant is Mr. Shirsha Ghosh from Srirampur Girls College, West Bengal.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my hello?
Hello, sir. Yes, you are audible, sir.
Can you see the screen right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me put it in a slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Okay. My topic is the vision of education in India in 2025. My name is Shirsha Ghosh. I'm a state college teacher, Srirampur Department of English from Srirampur Girls College. As you can see in the first slide, the vision of education in India in 2025 would be a marvelous and significant approach to focus on the academic sector. It will boost the education sector through a thorough activity approach in which the academicians and the students participate in a new level of understanding. It will develop a clear understanding and concepts that are used to uplift the society in education sector. Moving on to the next slide. Like the objectives of the research, I'll just quickly jot down 2 objectives, like to develop a holistic approach in the education sector and to implement new new policies that help the students to focus on their goals. Now the research questions. What are some of the significant visions of India in 2025? I have 5 visions which I have listed in my paper. The first portion is the agricultural sector university to adopt NEP norms from 2025. In the agricultural sector in India, various agricultural universities shall follow the norms of new education policy, like a director, assistant director general from Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Madam Seema Jaggi, told by December 2023 to reconstruct university and institutions to meet the requirements of large multidisciplinary universities. Now, the president G.D. Sharma, who is the Association of Indian Universities, said about Swami Vivekananda, quote, Swami Vivekananda scored 45% in his BE psychology, but he is the most intellectual person. His knowledge is limitless. Coming to the next slide. Like extension of MPhil programs into allied subject by the academic year 2025-2026. As we know, the University Grant Commission has stopped MPhil program, but there are 2 sectors in clinical psychology and psychiatric social work that have been extended in the year till 2025-2026. According to NEP, higher education institutions will have the flexibility to offer designs of master's program. There will be a 2-year program with the second year devoted entirely to research. For those who have completed the 2-year bachelor's master's program, undertaking a PhD shall require either a master's degree or a 4-year bachelor's degree with research. The MPhil program shall be discontinued. Moving on to the next slide. Like educational budget in the year 2024. Like in school education, the budget has increased from rupees 72,473 crore to 73,008 crore. And in higher education, the budget has dropped from 57,244 to 47,619. And according to the Finance Minister of India, the Skill India mission has trained 1.4 crore youth, upskilled and reskilled 54 lakh youth, and established 3,000 universities, a large number of new institutes of higher education learning, namely 7 IITs, 16 IITs, 7 IIMs, 15 AIMS, and 390 universities have been set up, unquote. And the next portion, the students to next slide, students to have biannual 10th and 12th board examination option starting from the academic year 2025-2026. Like the Union Education Minister has decided the students of class 10 and 12 will have to appear in the board examination twice a year from the academic section 2025-2026. Why it is done is to make the student stress-free and focus on their course. They can perform on the best of their abilities and to determination and to concentrate on the syllabus to the fullest potential. Moving on to the next slide, like Australia's Western Sydney University plans to open a campus at Bangalore by the year 2025. Now it chose to offer STEM. STEM means science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. This education in 2025 has the focus on agriculture, and it helps to build a bilateral relationship between India and Australia. And the next slide, IIT Madras can be one of the top 100 global universities by 2025. Like IIT Madras can strengthen its BS Data Science and BS Electronic System program. And they have launched 15 centers of excellence in areas like sports science, energy systems, and so on. And the significant feature of IIT Madras as they have opened a mental health survey for around 6,000 students, and it has opened a new system to deal with the process of tension, stress, and depression.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, the time limit of 5 minutes is over.
Okay, I just come to the conclusion.
Yeah.
Next slide is the conclusion. Thus, India will have a great vision at the education level as the seeds of the education plan have grown and its needs fantastic pruning to develop and emerge in 2025. India will definitely emerge as a fantastic nation and it will work more on the system of education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Badhu Shah from Jamal Muhammad College, Tiruchirappalli, to start their presentation. Dr. Badhu Shah. Is Dr. Badhu Shah is over here? Okay, we are moving on to the next presenter, that is Mr. Murugesh Devendra from Lala Lajpat Rai College of Commerce and Economics. Dr. Murugesh Devendra. Okay, the next presenter, that is Mrs. Samruddhi Kale from Vivek College of Commerce, Goregaon. Mrs. Samruddhi Kale. Next presenter, Dr. Monica Jain from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Institute of Management Studies and Research, Nagpur.
Yes, ma'am, we are here.
Yes, ma'am, we are here. Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, do we have the permission to share the screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can share.
All right, ma'am. I'm just sharing my screen. Please let me know if it is visible to everybody.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Great. I'm just putting it on mode. Yeah. All right. I hope I'm clearly audible. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Muktai Chavan Dev, and along with me is my co-author, Dr. Monica Jain. And we take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving us this wonderful platform to share our research paper on Red Alert Disposable Period Products, a threat to our health and planet. Friends, every year, billions of disposable period products are thrown away, creating a significant environmental impact. We all know that menstruation is a taboo subject, which is always talked about in closed doors, closed walls, and nobody wants to talk about it openly because it's long associated with impurity and shame due to social expectations and discriminations. When we are talking about menstruation, we also need to understand that how women's menstrual products have evolved over several decades because comfort, convenience of use, and cost of guiding have guided the choices of use of menstrual products. Now, in 1888, Johnson & Johnson were the first ones who created the disposable menstrual pads. Later on, tampons came into picture, and slowly the journey evolved, and now we are using a host of disposable as well as reusable menstrual products. To talk about our objectives, I call upon my co-author, Dr. Monica Jain.
Thank you, Muktai. So our first objective is to comprehensively assess the environmental impact of disposable menstrual products. We will explore their role in waste pollution, examining the extent of their contribution and the long-term effect on the environment. Moving on to our second objective, we will investigate the potential health risk associated with the chemical composition of disposable period products. Our focus will be on understanding their impact on hormonal balance and exploring potential allergic reactions in users. Lastly, we aim to explore and compare safe and eco-friendly alternatives to disposable pads and tampons. This objective involves assessing the viability of these alternatives in reducing environmental harm and potential health risk. We will consider factors like accessibility and affordability to provide a holistic perspective. Our research methodology is grounded in a systematic review approach chosen for its suitability in addressing our research objective regarding menstrual products, health, and the environment. We conducted a comprehensive search across major academic databases, including Web of Science, Scopus, Google Scholar, and PubMed. The search utilized carefully chosen keywords related to disposable and reusable menstrual products, menstruation, menstrual hygiene, and the environmental effect of these products. Our inclusion criteria encompass 73 high-quality original observational and interventional studies published in peer-reviewed journals in English. We focused on studies reporting on menstrual products, practices, and sustainable menstrual products from 2000 to 2023. Our exclusion criteria were applied to studies solely addressing medical disorders related to menstruation. Through a rigorous screening process, we identified and considered 73 high-quality studies that met our inclusion criteria. The selection process involved meticulous screening to ensure the relevance and reliability of the studies included in our systematic review. For next part of our presentation, I hand over the mic to Muktai ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. As ma'am said, we have done an extensive review of literature, and through that, first let me talk about assessing the environmental issues that come up, the waste pollution and long-term effects on the environment. So we all know that disposable pads can take somewhere between 500 to 800 years to disintegrate and can cause a lot of problems, not only to the environment, but a lot of health risks also. So cloth pads and menstrual cups are gaining popularity, but there are many other issues which are stopping the menstruators from using the reusable menstrual products. Moving on, I would like to explore and compare the safe and eco-friendly alternatives to disposable pads and tampons, assessing their viability in reducing the environmental harm and potential health risks. Now, let me tell you that menstrual cup, despite being a very cost-effective option, it's a one-time buy. But still, the menstruators do not want to use it due to a lot of misconceptions, lack of knowledge, and most importantly, in countries like India, basic sanitation were the major hindrances. Cloth pads will definitely reduce the waste per person, but then again, there are various problems that are associated with cloth pads. Tampons again have many other issues associated with it, particularly the toxic shock syndrome, which prevents careful consideration by the menstruators. There are many eco-friendly alternatives. Yeah.
Ma'am, the limit of 5 minutes is over.
Yes, ma'am, I'll directly jump to what we have come up with, that we have assessed menstrual cups, reusable pads, cloth pads, along with the period underwear, and identified the health risks, the accessibility, affordability, and the challenges of the use for them. For suggestions, we just want to come up and say that education and awareness programs, infrastructure development, and public-private partnership is something that could pave the way for reducing the burden on the environment and reducing the health risks of the menstruators also. In the end, I would just ask Monica ma'am to quickly read up this poem, which we thought would, be very wonderful.
Okay. Thank you, Muktai. So here it is. We wanted to conclude with this poem. Red alert, a crimson tide, but not of blood, a danger hides. Disposable pads, a comfort guise, mask a threat that multiplies. For in their wake, a plastic blight, centuries long, they hold their might. Landfill grown with mountain vast, a silent stream, a future classed. Chemicals lurk, a health concern, endocrine disruptors, a lesson to learn. From womb to world, a silent threat. Disposable choices, we can't forget. But hope remains a crimson ray. Reusable options light the way. Menstrual cups and disc of grace, a healthier planet, a gentler embrace. So let us rise with voices strong, challenge the norm, right the wrong. Red alert, a call to heed. For health and planet, plant the seed. Thank you. Thank you very much
for your patient listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Mrs. Samruddhi Kale from Vivek College of Commerce, Goregaon. Samruddhi, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. You are able to start?
Yes, ma'am. You may start.
So, you can start. Good afternoon.
Ma'am, your voice is clear.
Okay, now it is clear.
Yes.
Hello. Now the talk a little bit louder. So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Samruddhi, and my friend, we are going to talk about an interesting topic and emerging industry in India, that is the study of social media content creation and consumption as an emerging role. Okay. So right now, this is our social media present scenario, which is showing a lot of potential. It's like almost more than 50% of the world population is right now using social media. 266 million users will have this year. So this industry has got a lot of promise.
Excuse me, ma'am, your voice is breaking in between.
Now it is clear. Now I'm able to hear.
Ma'am, can you please be close to your screen?
Ma'am, now,
You hear me? Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear now.
Now you are able to hear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Hello.
yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So this is the situation like the current social media scenario, which gives a lot of potential and lots of promises. More than 50% of the world population is right now active on social media. If you look at the Indian scenario, it is like more than 600 million users are accessing WhatsApp, 450 million users accessing Facebook, and 420 million monthly using Instagram. When we look at these figures, we find that social media is a very upcoming sunrise sector in India, and it has a lot of potential to affect India's GDP in the coming years. That is why this is our study that we have selected, that how social media promises to become one more important factor of our economy. Yes, next slide, please. Yes. When we think about media consumption is the way in which consumers use the available media resources. This relationship is analyzed on the basis of circulation figures, viewing amounts, and visiting numbers. Current India's consumer sentiment index shows a major shift in the media consumption, both in terms of preference to watch serials, movies, videos, and also the choice of platforms to watch them. So we are seeing a major shift on both the sides. That is why this industry has got a lot of potential. If you look at the graph towards the right, this is the given by Statistica. We find that by 2025, we have got 67% of social media penetration in India. So it shows that this industry has got a lot of potential. These are the various reasons that we find interesting, which has led to the growth of social media in India. Foremost reason is the digitization campaign launched by Government of India. This campaign was launched with the aim of improving online infrastructure and digital connectivity.
Hello, madam.
But yes.
Madam, your slide is not changing.
Hello.
Ma'am, your slide is not changing. We are on the first slide only.
Slide is not changing. Okay,
No.
1 second, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
Now is it changing?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yes, okay, it is there. Digital India is one of the major reasons. Like when July 2015, Government of India launched the campaign of Digital India, the major aim was to improve the online infrastructure and digital connectivity. But this has also given rise to the sale of smartphones and also internet connectivity facilities. Along with this, sublimely, we have also increased our social media users, and this have become a promising consumer base for the upcoming industry. The greatest feature of social media industry is its 24/7 availability, reach across the globe, and very less regulation right now, allowing everyone to participate and change the content itself into a source. Creators have liberty to increase the traffic to their channel by applying various means. Right now, we see that 67% of the internet users in India use at least one social networking platform. Plus, when we see that the more the screen time, the more the users, this becomes a very good opportunity for small and big businessmen to advertise their products. Okay, it is projected that the social media advertising market volume is going to increase by US $1.49 billion in India. So we know that social media, with its more target orientation, optimization in text, video, and audio, is a very good upcoming industry, and it has got a lot of potential of growth in India. This is how the social media creators economy work. The phase one are the creators, or who later on become the influencers. This creator create a lot of content based on their own personal choices, and they start attracting the audiences. Once they have got an n number of followers, the advertiser starts approaching them. They become influencers, and then they are able to influence the decisions of this potential buyers who are going to be the next upcoming buyers. If we look at the emerging trends, we know that this content creator economy in India is going to rise up to $3,962.2 million. Influencer marketing, according to the influencer marketing firm Zemfo, organized influencer marketing sector in India is reaching up to the 3,000 crore industry. Also, the major part is that the big industries are not targeting the influencers in the urban areas. India's rural internet using scenario also shows a very promising sector. Here, mostly we find that majority of the micro influencers are being targeted, because these micro influencers are able to reach to those people whom these macro influencers are not able to reach. The major language that we are using is the local language or the regional languages, And this is how they are trying to penetrate into India. Now I hand over
Ma'am,
my
your time up.
presentation to ma'am. Can we just share the findings with you once?
Ma'am, 1 minute last.
Okay. We have done our research with a sample size of 183. It was collected through a primary data with a Google questionnaire. These are the data analysis part. The major findings of our study are that there is a significant shift, a major shift of the people from traditional media to the social media for content consumption. The shift from traditional to social media for content consumption is due to the easy accessibility. Now, in this case, people are not going out on any traditional platform to search out the content. The content itself is reaching to the people. And that is how people are becoming more aware about various topics. It was found that there is an impact felt of the content consumed on the buying behavior and the decision-making process of the audience. And the data collected, analyzed, it was observed that audience favor the influencer's opinion in the decision-making process as they believe that the influencer has done a thorough research before promoting a product. We conclude here our research paper with these conclusions. There is a shift of people from traditional to social media. There is a rising demand for the content, which requires a steady and a constant supply of content creators. And thus, this mechanism also provides a huge opportunity for the business to thrive in the competition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Ms. Smriti Nair from Narsi Monji College of Commerce and Economy, Mumbai. Ma'am, can you please stop sharing your screen? Smriti, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen now.
Yes, ma'am.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Smriti Nair. I'm an assistant professor at Narsi Monji College of Commerce and Economics. I'll be presenting today on the topic Charting India's Trade Trajectory, Opportunities, Challenges, and Strategies for a $5 trillion economy. Now, as we aspire to be a $5 trillion economy, global trade will play a very important part in shaping this trajectory. Now, we know that India is a highly globalized economy, primarily through its exports and imports. And any global trend that affects the values of these exports and imports will play a crucial role in determining whether or not India is able to achieve its aspirations of being a $5 trillion economy or not. Now, the objectives of my research study is firstly to identify the opportunities for India in achieving its target. Secondly, to identify the challenges relating to international trade for India to become a $5 trillion economy. And lastly, to based on the opportunities as well as challenges, to chart a strategy for India that it should follow in the times to come. The research methodology is based on collecting primary data from government reports as well as various UN reports. I'll start with the opportunities that arise from international trade. Now, there are three emerging trends which present huge opportunity for India. Firstly is the rise of digital trading. Secondly is the aspect of sustainability and green growth. And third is relating to the trade agreements. Now, firstly, I'll talk about the rise of digital trading. What is digital trading? Your trading that happens over e-commerce platforms. They are primarily your digital trading. Now, there has been a tremendous growth in e-commerce services in the last couple of years, and through platforms like Amazon and B2B platforms like Alibaba and IndiaMart, what these do is expand the market access to the domestic companies, and they'll be able to reach a wider market. Secondly, rise of digital trading also leads to a reduction in the cost associated with trading. And lastly, the rise of export of digital trade servicing also has opened a lot of opportunities for India because India has emerged as a leading exporter in this space. So, rise of digital trade is our first opportunity for India. Second is from the rise of sustainability and green growth. Now, increasing awareness about sustainability and green growth also presents an opportunity for India. In the last 1 year, from July 2022 to July 2023, India has seen a 1000% rise in the exports of solar modules. Also, when it comes to organic food exports, we have seen that in 2022-23, the value of the organic food exports was 708 billion US dollars. Now, this is a huge value. So, again, now India has a lot of potential, and especially even in the context of solar energy, India has a lot of potential. The last opportunity for India is in the context of trade agreements. India has been signing a lot of regional trade agreements with other countries, and the latest ones being the ones with the UAE, Australia, and Mauritius. India has also signed multilateral trade agreements, just such as the South Asian Free Trade Agreement, the Mercosur, as well as the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreements. Now, again, RTAs provide a large access to a larger and an integrated market for the businesses with relaxed trade rules, lower tariffs. The Indian businesses have access to a much wider and a much larger market. Now, these were the opportunities. Next, I'll be talking about the challenges that arise in the context of global trade. The first is geopolitical tensions. Second is the sluggish global rate of growth. And third is the trade imbalances. Now, we know that in the last couple of years, the geopolitical tensions have actually increased a lot. Now, what are exactly geopolitical tensions? They can take the shape of global trade conflicts, regional instability, as well as the rise of protectionist tendencies among the countries. Now, why are we concerned about geopolitical tensions? Especially because any political instability in the major oil producing countries have led to an increase in oil import bill of India, which is impacting India's trade deficit adversely. It also leads to a disruption of supply chain, impacting access to critical inputs. At the same time, it has also reduced the demand for exports because geopolitical instability means there is lower global growth and a lower demand for our exports. Global geopolitical tensions also have led to increased market uncertainties, impacting investment and consumer confidence in India. The second challenges emerges because the overall rate of growth in the global economy is actually sluggish. Now, what determines the value of export is the demand for the Indian exports, which depends on the global growth rate. Now, the global economy is predicted to slow from 3.5% in 2022 to 3% in 2023 and 2.9% in 2024. And
Excuse me,
we can
ma'am.
also see the, yes.
Ma'am, the time limit of 5 minutes is over.
Yeah, okay, I'll quickly wind up. The
Yeah.
impact of the global growth slowdown is particularly felt in the gems and the jewelry section. Also, internationally, there has been instances of mass layoff, especially in the IT sector. Lastly, we have trade imbalances. India has consistently have had a trade imbalance where its imports have been greater than the exports, and this is also something that India should work on. And what primarily adds to this is that India imports around 85% of its oil needs. So, based on all these opportunities and challenges, there are three strategies that India can follow. First is diversification of export market, especially in the rise of geopolitical tensions. India should try to diversify its market, and signing RTAs with like-minded countries are essential in this regard. Secondly, upskilling the workforce to make them have the skills which are relevant to the demands of digital trading, green technologies, and high value manufacturing to support export growth is essential. And lastly, India should also focus on investing in digitization. It should focus on digital transformation across industries and invest in technology infrastructure and improve the digital literacy of the people. And India should also foster innovation in key sectors like renewable energy, clean technology to develop niche export offerings. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Miss Ashna Shukla from SVKM Mithibai College.
Yes, ma'am. Can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ashna Shukla with my co-author, Professor Shashwat Shetty. We are from SVKM's Mitibai College of Economics and Commerce. My topic for research is Navigating Towards Atmanirbhar Bharat 2025, a comprehensive examination, challenges, strategies, and opportunities. The discussion structure would be in the form of introduction, historical context, challenges, strategies, opportunities, and finally the conclusion. Introduction. The Atmanirbhar Bharat, which translates to self-reliant India, represents a very important initiative taken by the government of India, which aims to foster the economic independence and reliance in inclusive growth. It was once said, for economy is just not numbers and charts, but the beating heart of human hearts, a chance for progress, a chance for all to rise, flourish, standing tall. Setting goals like $5 trillion economy by 2025 not only gives us a numerical chance to grow, but also motivates each one of the individuals who are contributing in the economy, whether in direct forms or in the indirect forms. Now, I would like to, before looking to the challenges, I would like to bring light to the historical context for the same. So, the policy frameworks. Numerous policy frameworks have been implemented over the years to promote self-reliance and industrializations. Initiatives such as Green Revolution, establishment of public sector enterprises, and promotion of small-scale industries aim to reduce import dependency and stimulate indigenous production. Recent initiatives like Make in India and Startup India leverage India's demographic dividend and technological progress to drive economic growth and innovation. Second, global positioning. India's position in the global economy has undergone significant evolution, with the nation emerging as a key player in sectors like information technology, pharmaceuticals, and services. Despite this, challenges such as trade imbalances and vulnerabilities exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic underscore the importance of self-reliance and reliance in India's economic strategy. Third, and the most important, COVID-19 pandemic. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic laid bare the government to prioritize domestic manufacturing and reduce import dependency. The Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative was launched in response to these challenges, aiming to promote domestic production, innovation, and self-reliance across various sectors. Now, let's discuss the key challenges that are faced by the country. First, dependency on imports. India's reliance on imports extends beyond finished goods to include critical components and raw materials. This dependency drains foreign exchange reserves and exposes the economy to supply chain disruptions and key price fluctuations in the global market. Overcoming this challenge necessitates incentivizing. Sorry? No.
I think it's a wrong unmute.
Incentivizing the production of such material domestically. Second, infrastructure deficit. India's infrastructure deficit poses a significant impediment to industrial growth and economic development. Inadequate transformation networks, power shortages, digital divides, and urban-rural disparities constrain productivity, increase operational costs, and limit market access. Third, skill mismatch. The persistent gap between the skills demanded by industries and those possessed by the workforce exacerbates unemployment and underemployment. While India boasts a large pool of young and aspirational talents, many lack the technical, vocational, and soft skills required for the model workplaces. Environmental sustainability. Rapid industrialization and urbanization have taken a toll on India's environment, leading to pollution, resource depletion, and ecological degradation. Climate change further exacerbates these challenges, posing risk to agricultural productivity, water security, and public health. Finally, access to finance. Limited access to finance disappropriately affects small and medium-sized enterprises and startups, which constitute the backbone of India's economy. The lack of collateral, credit history, and financial literacy often hinders the entrepreneur's ability to secure funding for business expansions and innovations. Now, let's discuss the strategies that could give us a roadmap.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, your time limit 5 minutes are over.
Okay, I'll just wind up quickly.
Yeah.
So the strategies that could be looked forward are policy reforms, promotion of MSMEs and startups, and technology adoptions and innovation. Furthermore, agricultural reforms, skill development and education, promotion of sustainable practices are part of other strategies that one could look forward to. There are various opportunities available to India as a country, first of which is infrastructure and sustainable development, healthcare and pharmaceuticals, education and skill development, rural development and agribusiness, smart cities and urbanization, inclusive financial and financial inclusion, cultural and creative industries. To conclude, Atmanirbhar Bharat 2025 is a vision for a self-reliant India driven by strategic initiatives aimed at promoting indigenous manufacturing, innovation, and inclusive growth. To get to a $5 trillion economy by 2025, Atmanirbhar Bharat is one of the most important steps that the country should look forward to. These are the certain references that I read before forming my report. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Miss Pooja Verma from Chembur. Pooja Verma. Ma'am, can you please share your screen? Yes.
Yeah, I have shared my screen. Can you?
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay. So a very good afternoon, everyone. The topic of my research paper is an analysis of the pleasures associated with beauty and how the cosmetic industry profits from them. So as we look at the statistics, the beauty and personal care market in India is projected to generate a revenue of US $30.54 billion in 2023 itself. So over the years, if we look at a comprehensive analysis of the pleasures associated with beauty, the cosmetic industry mainly profits from them. So this report highlights the strong emphasis on personal grooming and beauty routines, the routine integration of cosmetic into daily lives, and the influence of societal and cultural factors on the pursuit of beauty. It also discusses the cosmetic industry's capitalization on societal beauty standards, creation of dopamine-driven beauty products, and the focus on personal care and wellness. Moving on to the literature review. So, advertisements, fashion, and beauty products constantly indicate women that it is necessary for their bodies to have some kind of improvement, which creates major stress on women in return. Social media apps, owing to their technological advancements and applications of photo editing tools, have digitalized the female body, and in doing so have led to the creation of unrealistic beauty standards. And also, research has been conducted that when women certain beauty products that they use, certain emotional reactions leading to joy and happiness comes out. Such emotional joy that accompanies stimulating beauty is a very powerful motivation for people to purchase and pay for all sorts of beauty stimulating devices and services. So this is how mainly the cosmetic industry profits and economizes their business. Moving on to the objective of this research. So the study aims to analyze the psychological and social pleasures of beauty and grooming, and how the beauty and fashion industry mainly utilizes it for profit making purposes. and also to analyze consumer perceptions regarding the beauty standards. The methodology that is used in research is a mixed method approach combining quantitative as well as qualitative data. So a structured questionnaire was designed to collect quantitative data through survey and interview method. So the sample size was total 350, out of which 320 was 320 surveys was conducted and interviews were 30. So the survey was conducted over a 4-week period, allowing ample time for responses. And for quantitative data, Excel and pie charts were made use of, and for qualitative data, thematic analysis was undertaken. So the key findings of this research state that cosmetic brands use social media to influence beauty standards and connect with consumers. The cosmetic industry commodifies societal beauty standards for profit, and cosmetic products and beauty standards impact emotion, self-esteem, and the overall mental well-being on individuals. When we asked people in the survey what made you the need to use cosmetic in the first place, most of the people gave reasons such as friends and family suggestions, appealing advertisements of beauty brands, society standards, or social media influence. And when we asked people, do you believe that enhancing your physical appearance through cosmetic products contributes to overall well-being or self-esteem, most of the people, about 70% of them, said yes. When we asked, do you think that advertisement and marketing efforts of brands impact your perception about looking beautiful, most of the people said yes, addressing the effect that advertisements have on the mindset of women regarding beauty. And when we asked people that have you purchased a product due to association to current beauty standards in the industry, again most of the people said yes, they do. So as a solution, in this paper, I have proposed a model that is named as the 5E model, fostering a responsible cosmetic industry. So the 5E model suggests that first E suggests educating minds. The second E suggests ethical practices that organization and cosmetic industry together should follow ethical practices while selling their product and advertisement. Encouraging diversity and inclusivity, embracing individual uniqueness, and enacting regulatory measures. So the recommendations of this research paper suggest that encouraging the industry to show a diverse range of beauty standards in advertising and product lines, empowering consumers with knowledge to make informed choices and feel confident in their own unique beauty, and inspiring the cosmetic industry to focus not only on physical appearance but also on products that contribute to overall well-being. Lastly, the conclusion. The report underscores the significant impact of beauty on individuals and society and the complex interplay between psychological, social, and economic factors in the beauty industry. It also highlights how the cosmetic industry profits from these pleasures by catering to societal beauty standards, promoting dopamine driven products, and focusing on personal care and wellness. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Miss Neha Lula from CHM College, Ulhasnagar. Ma'am, can you please?
Yes, ma'am.
Screen. Second last. Ma'am, please start with your screen presentation.
Yeah, ma'am. Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So my name is Assistant Professor Sneha Lula. My research topic is the conference
No, ma'am,
topic.
the presentation is not visible.
Oh, my presentation is not visible. Wait. Yeah. Ma'am, is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So my name is Assistant Professor Sneha Lula. So my research topic is that the conference topic that India 2025 Vision Challenges and Roadmap towards a $5 trillion economy. So abstract is that since the Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas is one of the current government goals for New India, the study attempts to examine the sector by sector progress of Indian economy and examine how each sector has developed overall in terms of GDP. Efforts to create a $5 trillion economy have been studied, the challenges have been examined, as well as the initiatives taken by the government has been studied in this paper. So first of all, we need to understand what is GDP. GDP is a gross domestic product, is a measure of output and national income of an economy. Now, India has seen fluctuations over the years due to various domestic and international factors. Since the government motto is Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas, it has made an effort to take the lead in each sector in order to create an equitable approach and raise the overall contribution of each sector in India's GDP. Government has taken several initiatives to increase the GDP of India over the years. One of the most important
ma'am.
initiative was economic liberalization, which
Excuse
has
me, ma'am.
contributed. Hello. Yes, ma'am.
Your slideshow
Yeah,
is
ma'am.
not on. We are only seeing the introduction slide.
Yeah, ma'am. Oh, my slideshow is not on. Wait a second. It's working in my laptop. Is it on now?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see my slides now? Yeah. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, ma'am. Fourth slide.
Yeah. So there are several initiatives taken by the government of India. The one of the most important initiative which Indian government has taken, that economic levelization, which has contributed to India's GDP. Infrastructure development has grown a lot in India, which has developed the economy very wise. Digital India, one of the recent reforms initiatives taken by government of India, which has given exposure to Indian government, Indian economy a lot. Make in India, yes, affected a lot in our country, which has lead to an increase in exports and decrease in imports. GST has been proved very successful for the Indian government. Financial inclusion, that means everyone should have a bank account. Jan Dhan Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, all these have benefited a large to India's GDP. Skill development, the government wants there should not be any unemployment in the country. So skill development has the initiative taken by the government of India. FDI and FII have been taken by government of India to increase the GDP, of course. And the agriculture reforms, they have continued ongoing efforts from the government of India to increase the contribution of agriculture sector in the India's GDP. Many initiatives have been taken since there are some challenges which India has been facing a lot in increasing the GDP, which are skill development has not been proven yet successful. Skill development has not been proved successful. So is a challenge for India, and filling up the gaps in the infrastructure filling up the gaps is a challenge for the India to increase the GDP. Yes, rural development is not as compared to the urban development, which is a hindrance for the India's GDP growth. Uncertainties in the global economy have always proved difficult times for India. India is in now strong position to overcome these obstacles and accomplish its economic objectives. Nation's solid foundation and demographic dividend, together with the government dedication to change, offer a solid base for long-term growth, or also to achieve a vision of India 2025. Yes, I have shown that what will be the Maharashtra's contribution. Maharashtra has contributed a lot in India's GDP. Since the city like Mumbai, situated in Maharashtra, has contributed a lot financial sector-wise, as NSE and BSE are situated in the Mumbai. Yes, Maharashtra's manufacturing and industrial sectors are well developed, and agriculture and agro-based industries-wise also, Maharashtra produces a wide range of goods, dairy products, cotton, sugarcane, fruits, vegetables, etc., which also helps to boost the national economy. Yes, infrastructure development wise also, Maharashtra developed a lot. Maharashtra has contributed a lot to the GDP of India. Business environment, yes, the one of the good business environment of state will be the Maharashtra state, and given Maharashtra importance as the economic engine of India, the state needs to have development goals and sustainable plan in place to reach them. Maharashtra's current economic growth is to reach $1 trillion in the following 5 years. Yes, the Maharashtra has been continuously supporting India's GDP and will continue to support. This forward-thinking strategy will guarantee sustainable and inclusive economy while boosting the state's economy. So I have read many papers regarding this. So one of them I relate to that was 5 trillion economy challenges by George M. In his paper, he suggested that the GDP increase it should be distributed fairly across the factors of production. Development results from the distribution of increase. The growth is worthless without the progress. Another paper I read was Kritika MR and Kumar MJS, the mission towards 5 trillion economy, strategies for achieving 5 trillion Indian economy. This paper addresses a pertinent question: will India achieve its fantasy? Yeah.
Ma'am, the time limit of 5 minutes is over.
Yeah. Just I'm concluding that.
Yeah,
so many papers I have researched, and some of them I have listed here. And the objective Objective of my study are that to analyze each sector's contribution in India's GDP, determine how each industry will contribute to the economic vision, evaluate the initiatives taken by the government, and also to ensure what are the challenges the Indian government has been facing to achieve this vision. And also I have discussed the role of Maharashtra. So I have used all the secondary data. I have used all the secondary data from various sources, including articles in the press and official websites. So first of all, I have shown that the contribution of sectors in India's GDP, the service sector has shown the most contribution to the India's GDP, over 60%. However, the 12% has been shown only by the agriculture sector, and 15% has been shown by the manufacturing sector. So we can see that service sector has been contributed a lot to India's GDP, and other words, contributing a moderate rate. The government should adopt some measures to increase overall development. And I have shown that the India's growth, billion US dollars wise, that India's current GDP value is at $3,416.65 billion in 2022. So India's GDP makes up 1.47% of global economy. While the India's GDP percentage is 7.3%, growth percent is 7.3%, which is okay as compared to previous years, which was 7.2%. So if, as per the data, India can achieve fat trillion economy by 2027, so it will be difficult to say that India will achieve by 2025. So my conclusion is that as per the Raghuram Rajan, this number is just can be fantasy. It's not a real number. By India cannot achieve the fat trillion economy by 2025. But yes, India can achieve by 2027. If India wants to achieve this number, the India have to grow by 11% in 24 and 25, which will be nearest to impossible. This will not be realistic. So India can achieve this goal by 2027 or 2028, and this will help the India to become an economic power in the future. So thank you so much. These are the reference links I have put up. Thank you so much for presenting my paper. I appreciate the conference organized by Bharat College of Arts and Commerce, and thank you everyone, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Last we have Ms. Meghdambar Saili from
Thank you so
SNDT
much.
University, Mumbai.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes, ma'am. Please present.
Energetic.
Sneha ma'am, can you please stop sharing your screen? Saili ma'am?
Yeah, my screen is visible.
No, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, can you please tell me my screen is visible now?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. My name is Ms. Saili Meghdambar, research scholar from SNDT University, Mumbai. Today, my topic is climate change, its causes, effects, and measurements. Introduction of this climate change. Climate is different from weather, but the two phenomena are closely related. While weather refers to short-term conditions that can change very rapidly, weather conditions determine the long-term conditions of a particular place, such as temperatures and humidity. The relationship between weather and climate is very important. The former is subordinate to the latter. Climate, temperature, and coldness, different weather conditions, along with winter characteristics, total precipitation, several storms, etc., determines the nature of the air. Because of this small relationship, we experience extreme temperatures and natural disaster cause change. There is a climate change refers to a long-term changes in temperature and weather conditions. These changes may be natural due to changes in solar activity or large volcanic eruptions, but since the 1800th century, human activities have played a significant role in climate change, mainly due to the burning of fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and natural gas. Market fossil fuels produce greenhouse gases that act like a blanket around the earth, trapping the sun's heats and increasing the temperature. The main greenhouse gases contributing to climate change are carbon dioxide and methane. This range from using gas online to drive cars to using a coal to heat buildings, for example. Clearing land and clearing forest also causes carbon dioxide emission. Agriculture and oil and gas operation are major sources of methane emission. Energy industry, transportation, construction, agriculture, and land use are the main activities that produce greenhouse gases. Now I'd like to explain this causes of climate change. Greenhouse gas emission, this is the first. Second, deforestation, agriculture, and livestock. This is the three main causes of this climate change. Greenhouse gas emission. The greenhouse effect is the process through which heat is trapped by substances known as greenhouse gases. Imagine gases as a quasi blanket enveloping a plant, helping it and greenhouse gases contain carbon dioxide, methane, nitrox oxide, and water vapor. Water vapor, which reacts to temperature changes, is referred to as a feedback because it implies the effect of forces that initially caused by warming. Next, deforestation. Deforestation is the one of the cause of this climate change. It's purposeful clearing of forested land. Throughout the history and in modern times, also forests have been raised.
Hello, ma'am, you're not audible.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, you're not audible. Hello.
Now my voice is clear.
Yes, your voice is clear. Your screen is not visible.
Okay, ma'am. Just let me share my screen. Okay. I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, ma'am. Now you have last 1 minute.
Okay. The causes of this climate action I told you, the greenhouse, deforestation, and agricultural livestock. Impact of this climate change on our health and economy also. Health impact. Climate changes has a directly impact on human health. Air pollution, heat waves, and natural disaster all contribute to increased rates and heart diseases and mental health issues. Also, it's climate change impacts on economic as well. Climate change also has a significant impact on the economy. Extreme weather events can cause damage to infrastructure and property, resulting in a costly repairs. Changes in weather patterns can also affect agriculture and food production, leading to higher prices for consumers. A solution for this climate changes, what I went through, I used secondary research method for this topic. Solution for this climate change, I found transition to renewable energy sources such as solar,
time is
wind,
up,
and
ma'am.
hydro. Okay, ma'am, just let me have a conclusion for this. Climate change is the world's most important problem, and global warming is increasing day by day. If we don't stop soon, our world will suffer the consequences. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, everyone. So now we have concluded the presentations and moving ahead for the feedback from the judges. Now I request Judge Dr. Kiran Meghani ma'am to share her feedback about the presentations.
Yeah. So summing up the entire paper presentations we had today, I would like to mention before you one by one the presenter name, their topic, and little bit you can say the suggestion from my side. The first presentation was of CA Orel sir, and his topic was customer perception towards food tech. and wherein he has rightly compared Swiggy, Zomato, and also he has started this presentation by giving a wonderful example that unicorns are the basic fundamentals for achieving the for taking India to the 5 trillion economy. Sir, you have rightly compared the factors, the sales promotion factors and satisfaction. The only suggestion would be to involve more and more variables so that we can arrive at your customer satisfaction construct properly. Second presentation was of Pawan Gupta. So, sir's presentation was revolving around the pilot study on diversification and digital strategy of payment banks. Yes, I can say that the presentations which we had for today's conference revolved around unicorns, fintech solutions. Then you have the sustainability, also one of the factors. Some directly spoke on Atmanirbhar and India, taking India to 5 trillion economy. But your presentation, which was more or less based on the digital banking system, wherein, sir, I told you and asked you about the customer perspective and end users perspective, and the pilot study was involving the staff which were coming from the digital payment banks. I need that more clarity on the questionnaire part of yours, because any which ways, when you talk about diversification, when you talk about strategies, the policy makers have to be also aligned for taking survey. Then we had Vijaya Rajput ma'am's session, Vijaya Rajput ma'am's presentation. She spoke on self-sufficiency and self-reliancy through Atmanirbhar. Although her paper was based on secondary data, wherein she has rightly summarized the opportunities and challenges. Fourthly, we had Harbans Singh sir, who had given a reading presentation on India's on a way to become 5 trillion economy. Yes, sir, you have actually spoken about the ways and means through which we can take India and we can actually adjust India to become 5 trillion economy. So your presentation was quite a narrative form in which you were actually reading your presentation. I could not see your PPT as well. Then we had Prakash Kumnani sir, who has spoken on, yes, he has rightly compared the old and new tax regime, in which he has given a vivid comparison between how to save taxes and reduce the tax burden by taking advantage of having the new tax regime into the place. And through slab rate, sir has compared those. Then we had Baljinder Bajwa, who has taken the topic citizenship behavior through service quality. And in this particular presentation, what I found was that a model was created, was a built. A model was actually shown as to compare and to prove your hypothesis, which were revolving around that how service quality can actually be a means to have the you can say citizenship behavior through trust and satisfaction model. She has proved it. Next one, we had Kajal madam, who has her topic was enhancing sustainability in fast fashion, wherein she has rightly touched upon one point, that how AI powered strategies can be means to build a sustainable future in the textile industry. Her paper was largely based on bibliometric, or you can say the SLR, that is the systematic literature review, wherein also she has given wonderful examples to support the title. Next one, Shamli Sharma. Madam has taken AI adoption in banking. The paper was based on secondary data. The types and benefits of AI in banking was being discussed. One suggestion, those who are going with the secondary data, now in the future scope, you can go for the primary data and you can substantiate the evidences from primary data to secondary data. Meenal Gandhi's paper, next one, descriptive study and opportunities, challenges and strategies for development of capital market. Although your paper was based on secondary data, but what was the USP of your presentation was you have taken a very good PPT, which was actually having some graphics also to support your all slides. So wonderful PPT I could find in Meenal Man's paper. Then we have Prabjot Kaur's paper, which was all about human rights. And if I'm not wrong, madam, you have not taken help of any slide, but you have correctly narrated the UDHR implication and landmark judgments and case examples on human rights. Next one was Priya Chaurasia's paper, which was based on evaluating financial literacy, which was from the HRD department perspective. So empirically, you have chosen some department which was HR based, and you have seen that one of the question mark was lack of awareness in tax planning. So you have taken and you have shown the significant difference in education and financial literacy in 10 industries. Then we had a paper on inclusive growth, or you can say inclusive education, by Dr. Shivani Dixit. Wonderful paper it was. It was revolving around the again SLR. It went from LR to challenges to the case example, and then Madam has finally given the recommendation and suggestion to policymaker to achieve this inclusiveness and have the inclusive education. Special education needs were also being summarized properly. Next paper was on, then we had Srisha Ghosh, who has spoken on vision of education in India in 2025. Sir, you have given wonderful case example that how these are being getting changed. Like we had MPhil, which got some structural changes in between. Then we have PhD now. Education is becoming more research based. Sir also spoke about education budget, how it is being amplified to cater to the needs of NEP. Sir has given wonderful examples of Australian collaborations, IIT, and so on. So somewhere you can also involve the perception of people towards the changing regime into NEP. That could be a futuristic goal for extending this particular paper. Then you have then we had Dr. Monica Jain's paper, and co-author was also there, wherein I found that the lastly when this particular presentation was summed up and concluded, a beautiful poem was read, and this particular topic, which is disposable period products, which is a threat to our health and planet, I could definitely see the uniqueness and novelty in your presentation. Even the title is innovative, even your slides were wonderful. So all the articles related to the practices and sustainability and safe disposal of these pads were shown. I was amazed to see one of the slides in which you have shown the comparison between tampons, the pads, the clothes, and everything, which could be a takeaway for all of us. Thank you, madam, for wonderful presentation. And
thank you, ma'am.
yeah. So next presentation was of Shamli madam, who has spoken on AI adoption in banking. She has taken help of secondary data. Types and benefits of AI in banking were vividly explored and being presented in the, you can say, presentation mode. Meenal Gandhi's paper, which was based on a descriptive study on opportunities, challenges, strategies for development of capital market. Yeah, I have given you about मीनल गांधी का हो गया ना फीडबैक सेशन, मैंने बता दिया ना उनका. I'm so sorry. Monica ma'am was the last one. Yeah. Then we had the second session, जिसमें समृद्धि मैडम का presentation था, study on social media content creation and consumption. Data and facts relating to the growth of social media, internet users were discussed in the slides. She has taken the help of primary data, survey method was used, and descriptive analysis was done. The only suggestion from my side will be to have some, this was descriptive analysis basically, so you can have one small test based on the demographic association with the variables which you have used in your paper. Samriddhi madam, you have spoken on India's trade trends, in which she has highlighted about imports and exports, and these reports were based from the public domain sites, and UN reports were also taken into consideration, in which she has spoken on digital trading, sustainability, and trade agreements. Yes, the paper was revolving around all sorts of, you can say, challenges and opportunities, and also what is the trade trends which are going on in order to take India to 5 trillion economy. Next paper was Ashna Shukla madam's paper, and it was on navigating towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Madam has started her paper by giving the historical context to it. Challenges were discussed, aims and objectives and strategies were also discussed for the roadmap. Next paper, Pooja Verma's paper. Is Pooja there? Is Pooja present now? I needed to ask her one question. Any which ways. So Pooja Verma's paper was based on the analysis of pleasures associated with beauty and personal care and its benefit to industry. I can find uniqueness and novelty in your paper because somewhere you have taken the psychological and social, you can say, analysis of this particular industry and how in a best way you have used your quantitative and qualitative data to prove the 5E model. Although your 5E model was not proved through your statistical analysis, but then also I could see the attempts of taking few of the tests in your paper and proving that how this particular pleasures which are associated with beauty and fashion and personal care can be one of the strategy for the industry to make their mark in the market and to increase their profitability. Next paper, the only suggestion that 5E model has to be more elaborated and put to test so that you can with proper proof and evidence can you can prove that your model is having goodness for fit criteria. Second last paper was of Sneha Lulla's ma'am, and she has spoken on directly on the theme of the conference, that is India 2025, in which she has elaborated her slides into sectoral growth, GDP growth, figures, trends, and initiatives taken by government were also discussed. She has also given various examples like LPG, Make in India, Startup India, FDI, FII, amplification. And lastly, we have Saili ma'am's paper who have spoken on climatic change, causes and effects and measurements were discussed, but I could not hear and totally take her presentation into this particular feedback in a nicer way because somewhere I was facing the glitches, technical glitches to arrive what was her conclusion also. So in all, if I have to sum up, we had 21 presentations today, and the theme of the conference, which was your India 2025 vision, challenges and roadmap. I could see many of the papers coming from the fintech application to digital marketing to sustainability to directly when you are speaking on Atmanirbhar Bharat, also some of the paper revolved around the financial and capital market. So all in all, this is the versatile theme in which you can have the multidisciplinary view of various subjects coming through presentation. Lastly, I would like to give you one suggestion that in your slides, in order to make a mark in the presentation to achieve good marks, or maybe you can say to have the wonderful presentation, first of all, please stick to the timing. Secondly, your slides should contain 3 slides compulsorily. One is your research design, other one is your research gap, and third one is your research implications. So in few papers, I could find all these 3 slides, and in few papers, 1 or 2 slides were there. But hardly I could see that every presentation was full-fledged with all these 3 variables, all these 3 facets of the research, which are very, very important. So this was the feedback from my side. Please forgive me if I have failed to mention anybody's name. I hope I have given individual feedback to each and everyone without missing out on single presentation. Anybody left? I don't think so. I have given presentation. I have given feedback to all presentation.
Okay, thank you, Kiran madam, for such elaborative feedback, and it is
highly thankful to Principal Ma'am Dr. Neetu Kapoor for coming up with such overwhelming and versatile theme, which could actually include every part of multidisciplinary facets in this of research. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Now we are moving towards the valedictory session. Myself, Professor Pooja from Department of Management Studies, Bharat College of Arts and Commerce, Badlapur. We will have a address by audience first, address by our chief guest, Professor Adya Prasad Pandey sir. He is the conference president of Indian Economic Association. He is the member of Academic Council of many universities like Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow. He is the former UGC nominee for Adi Shankaracharya Center. Sir have successfully supervised 34 PhD scholars and more than 200 postgraduate dissertations of economies in BHU. So I request Adya sir to please address the participants.
Sir, you can start.
Okay, thank you, madam. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. investment and foster entrepreneurship, a thriving business ecosystem in the we can say that the vision of India as 5 billion economy 2025 is within our grasp, but it requires constant efforts and collective commitment and responsibilities. Let us work together.
Not like मैं जीत रही हूँ.
तुम लोग पिछली बार भी जीत गए थे तो मेरे को भरोसा है कि तुम जीत सकती हो.
पिछली बार हमने पोस्टर एक रात पहले बना.
हाँ, thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. Now we are moving towards the report reading. I request conference convener Dr. Savita Punjabi madam to read the report of the conference.
Thank you, Pooja madam. I know we were not able to hear Adya sir. Actually, we missed the opportunity. He is former Vice Chancellor of Manipur Central University. Knowledge का भंडार एक word हम उनके लिए use कर सकते हैं, but because of the network issue, we were not able to hear him properly. So anyways, sir said that he will be calling on phone and he will be addressing the audience. That is his commitment towards the work is. So we are thankful to Adya sir for taking the charge even after all the problems of network that we had. I'm very sorry to the audience, they were not able to hear properly. But anyhow, we'll be sharing the recordings. At least at that point of time, you can just hear him during that recordings. So here I am to end with the program with the report and the declaration of prize winners. Just 1 minute for the declaration of the So thank you everyone for being with us. I'm here to read the report. Good evening, dignitaries on this virtual dais. I know all of you are very much excited to hear about your results. It will be very soon flashing on the slides on your screen. So let us wait with the fingers crossed. So good evening all the dignitaries on this virtual dais. From very morning, we had Dr. Adya Prasad Pandey. That was our valedictory guest that we were unable to get because of the network issue. Principal Dr. Sable sir, Dr. Neetu Kapoor, IQAC coordinator, all my colleagues and all dear participants from various colleges. Myself, Dr. Savita Punjabi, Head of Department of Commerce and convener of this conference, am here to read the report of the entire day of today's National E-Conference on India 2025 Vision, Challenges and Roadmap to become 5 trillion economy, organized by IQAC and Department of Commerce, sponsored by ICSSR. A long full day of deliberations. I'm sure it would have given us too much food for thought. Starting with inaugural session, IQAC coordinator welcomed all the dignitaries on the dais, followed by Dr. Vikram Chadha sir, President, Indian Economic Association, as a keynote speaker of the day. Sir highlighted how the India has developed in spite of the setbacks, only due to the calibers that we had helped to withstand the shocks of various economic crises. Sir gave a comprehensive look of all the sectors and enlightened us how we have grown and what are the innovative steps taken, including role of technology, accelerating the growth, IPR, quantum technologies shared by other nations, considering India as a reliable partner. Sir has addressed various challenges faced in economic growth and completed his talk on the positive note that India will come up as a global leader due to its strong fundamentals, scientific and technological manpower, continuous research and development, and competent manpower. Then came Chief Guest Shri Nitin Mahajan sir, Associate Vice President from LMTI Mindtree Limited. Sir talked about role of IT in making life easy and providing quality services to the customers. He highlighted how the proliferation of IT in various sectors has helped in the development, changing our lives throughout. Then we started with presentations. In all, there were 21 presentations, out of which 3 are declared as the best paper presenters, for which we all are waiting with the fingers crossed. The judge, Dr. Kiran Mengani, made this Herculean task of judging too smoothly. A heartfelt gratitude for Kiran ma'am. She has given separate feedback for all, and I feel all of you would be satisfied with the feedback, because a summing up feedback and a different feedback for all, it's everybody's wish to know that what type of presentation it was. Everybody wants to have the personal feedback. So ma'am did her job very judiciously. So now we are on the valedictory session. I'm very sorry, without we have muggled up with the schedule and gave Adya sir a chance because he was on another assignment also. So Adya Prasad Pandey sir, that is President IAE, he talked about the changes that will really lead India to be a global leader. India 2025, a 5 trillion economy. Everybody is positive to attend it. And what is the role of all different sectors? Sir, in short, explained everything. So I am thankful to all of you. 14 states and 134 participants. It is really a sign of trust that you all have shown in our conference. And I'm sure that India will develop as a 5 trillion economy even after all the odds, where academicians are ready to discuss, deliberate, and find out the ways to make this happen. After all, we will be giving tomorrow's leaders, that is our learners, our students. We will be able to mend them. So I hope our deliberations will make us understand the reality where we stand. Let us be ready to update ourselves so as to lead our learners in the right way. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now I request the participants, if anyone is interested, to give the feedback. After the program is over, every participant puts on the group what they have experienced. If at all, you can please come on this virtual platform to share your feelings. Any participant interested to give the feedback?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, Monica,
Yes,
ma'am,
so
just 1 minute. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself, sir.
I am C. Aurel Collet, Assistant Professor at R.A. Poddar College of Commerce and Economics and PhD Research Center, Pillai College. So I have been associated with this Bharat College since past 2 years. I have been attending all the FDPs and research workshops, and this was the conference which I attended. So I prepared my paper and sent. And overall, the first inauguration session, the Saraswati Vandana prayers were very nice, so well begun. The keynote address speaker, though it was a bit long, but it was like touching all the aspects, whatever the conference requires. Then I attended, my was the first paper. After that, I attended all the other research papers as well. So all was well presented and well judged by the judge. And at the end, yes, I agree that we could not hear the end part, but still, whatever sir tried to say at the end, we could connect to it to a bit. So I am very much happy. Yes, I would definitely make a mention that since it was e-conference, we missed out actually meeting and connecting with each other. But overall, thank you and hope next time we will actually have a physical conference and meet. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
the
Oral, sir.
opportunity.
He is always motivating us with his virtual presence. Thank you, sir. Monica, ma'am, over to you.
I wanted to say good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to say that the conference was very good and I wanted to congratulate organizational team, so who organizes it very well. And I wanted to say that Savita ma'am, that I had asked you many questions and you were ready every time and every moment you have answered me questions, queries you resolved every time at night also. And this conference was wonderful, and because of online mode, so there were so many representation, I could say, as you said, that 14 states and 134 participants. So it was very nicely organized. Thank you, organizers. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for your encouraging words. Now, can we have our prize distribution ceremony, or we can have the flash of the prizes? So let's start with the third prize. I request Shweta ma'am, third prize goes to. Okay, she has started with first prize. So congratulations. The first prize goes to Dr. Monica Jain.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, congratulations, ma'am. The second prize goes to Dr. Shivani Dikshit. Shivani ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Congratulations, ma'am. And the third prize goes to Miss Minal Gandhi and group. I think there were 3 presenters. Minal Gandhi ma'am, Bharti Valecha ma'am. Is anybody there? Okay. Actually, the exam sessions are going on. Many have requested that they have to do supervision, and also we have allowed everyone. So I'm congratulations once again to all the prize winners. Your trophies and certificates will reach you very soon. So here we are at the end of this program. Every beautiful journey comes to an end. So I switch over to Pooja ma'am once again, the host for the valedictory, to complete with the formalities. Thank you, everyone. We'll be sharing feedback form. Please fill the feedback form. And for all those who are not there, we'll be sending feedback form to emails. Please complete feedback forms. Your certificates will be given within 7 days. And regarding publications, we'll be putting it on the group as well as on your registered mails. Please refer to what are the norms required for publication. That is the number of words, abstract, number of words in abstract, total number of words in paper. All that needs to be completed. So please, certain papers requires remake. So we'll be sending you all that messages on your email. And within next week, you will be getting your 2 certificates, that is certificate of participation and certificate of presentation separately. So please be sure that if you have registered, you are getting your certificates. Thank you, everyone. And don't forget to fill the feedback forms. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
Over
so
to
much,
Pooja
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, so now on the last part, that is vote of thanks, which is needed. Thank you is not just the word, dear audience. It is all the gratitude that you show for the good things that you have done. So first, congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to participants as well for their participation and presentations. A big thank you to the management of Bharat College, Bharat Friends Association, who is always there to support us, say yes to us for whatever we have decided. To the principal, Dr. Deepak Sable sir, IQSC coordinator, Dr. Neetu Kapoor madam, thank you, thanks a lot. A big thank you to the convener, Dr. Savita Panjabi madam, for her continuous efforts and standing by and doing all the formalities and making us push ahead towards this knowledge journey. Thank you, Savita madam and the team. Thank you all the team of the conference, teaching, non-teaching staff, and all the participants for patience listening. Thank you, everyone. The link of the feedback will be there, has posted in the group, in the chat box. Please check it out and please fill the feedback form. I request all the participants to please fill the feedback form and then leave the meeting. Yes, thank you, everyone.
Ma'am, we are unable to see the feedback link here in the chat box.
Yes, just let me check. Okay, we'll be sending the feedback link on the mail and equally on the WhatsApp group. So please
Okay,
fill
ma'am.
the feedback over there. Okay, thank you,
Okay,
everyone.
ma'am. Oh, thank you.